Yeah, I did, yeah, good luck, it said. Bit of an odd one. Yeah, yeah. Or have fun, it should say. Go on, son! Wow. I've just the audio jack wasn't all the way in, Jilly. That'll be back on now. Or surround sound. Amazing, 4K. Another 5 or 10 seconds, it will be back to normal, Jilly. Just think. Yeah, I know. It's cool. But it's good feedback, isn't it? It's good feedback. We appreciate that. That's what they're there for. It's also to not only, but also as feedbackers. Yeah, but it's just coming out of one port, Jilly. Left turn, Clay. Is that 180? All that big aircraft, all that movement from one single movement of the wrist on the left or the right control column, control stick. Not much bigger than your average home controller stick. So she's winding her engines up now, this triple, here we go. Afternoon, folks. Welcome to Sunday. Find a seat, find a pew. Barney McGrew. Yeah. See, that's the GE there. That's the GE making that big wallowing sound. Difficult to distinguish between the Rolls-Royce and the GPW, General Electric Pratt & Whitney power plant on the 380. Kind of difficult, very similar engine note, and also bear in mind also that those GPWs do have titanium blades and not carbon blades, as most General Electric engines do, but because they're linked up with Pratt & Whitney, I'm guessing that's why maybe P&W made the blades. I don't know, but let's just get this big American woman. Check this out, mate. I didn't mean big American woman, I meant big 777. Look at this condensation in there. Look at this. Well, it is a big American. It's a girl, you have a smile on her face as well. Yeah, look at the condensation in those engines, mate. Big smiley face! Smile for the camera! That is funny, man. Sorry. People are wondering, what the hell's he talking about? Smile for the camera. Oh, hello. Are we going to get a BA 380? I think we are, you know. Before the switch over. Yeah, got another 10 minutes. Yeah. This is nice. United 777. Very nice. Yeah. Wow. What a does that look like in 4K, mate? Oh my goodness me. Listen to that. Big carbon blades making a right old racket. Full chat, I think, or watch the gear tilt, watch the gear tilt. There it is. Why does it tilt horizontally? To allow it to get into the undercarriage housing bay or undercarriage bay, designed that way. Crazy that, isn't it? So folks, we've got 10 minutes remaining, 10 minutes remaining. Oh yes, yes, yes. I've got to put my ringer on, haven't I? I've got to put my ringer on. Don't put it on silent. Yeah, exactly, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh my God, no, really? People are already jumping on that, are they? It's a subliminal noise that will get into your brain and make you eat porridge for the rest of your life. Anything for breakfast? Yeah, porridge. Brilliant! I have been done by the noise. Alert, alert. What's this one? McDonald's going to send me an alert when that arrives, Shelley. Using the new McDonald's food arrival alert thing, or dispatched alert, should I say. Conspiracy theorists, knock yourselves out, because you are a funny bunch, aren't you? It's the aliens! The aliens are coming! Shut up. Yeah. Oh, we're going to get this 380. Come on, mate, hurry up, look. But he's got a Volvo. In your own time. Say that again, GP. He's got a hat on, look, he's got a hat on. Chilly, look at the hat. Look at the 380 hat when it comes through the shot. Oh yes, yes, okay, blimey. Have they painted her already? Wow, folks, if you remember a while back, we saw a Virgin 330-300 CEO going out of here down to Chateauroux. I actually, well, a bit of a conspiracy theory really, wasn't it? That aircraft was off for retirement. But we were wrong, I was wrong, and I was corrected by who corrected me, Jilly? Was it Ben or someone like that? Or is it Lloyd Bell? Yes, right. Well, maybe, I don't know, someone will say. But apparently, folks, she's already been painted in her new shiny paintwork. Shame we can't see her. Oh yeah, right, yeah. Wow, this 380 is filthy, filthy dirty. Just have a look at it compared to that. Wow. M-E-O. How short that runway takeoff is. I mean, that between that intersection point and the rotate point is going to be somewhere in the region of 500 yards, isn't it? Yeah, look at that. That's insane. Maybe 600 yards. I don't know. But that is crazy. Come on, sir or madam, put thine foot down because you are the final departure. Don't turn right at the top of the runway, top of the taxiway, by the way, if you don't mind, because we got people already pushing back and etc. For left-hand departures. Of course, this is the 3 o'clock switchover hour, folks, which means that operations from departures on this runway will switch to arrivals. So this is, with any luck, if they put their bleeding foot down, you know what, I think they're taking it slow because they want to go out of the left-hand runway. I think they're just meandering. See the pitot tubes there, folks. The 3 dots that you can see, and the pitot tubes, angle of attack sensor, other sensors over the nose there you can see, or they're just the windscreen wiper washer things. I know that they do have sensors in the over nose section, certainly on the 350, the early 350s, that is. Yeah, you bumped up. Yeah. I can see that black screen. I don't know. How long did it go for? What do you say about that? Really? Oh, that's not doing it. Big old lump. Oh, squeezing one out. Yeah, well, that's kind of par for the course of live stuff, isn't it? You know, happens on the bleeding TV channel, on Sky and everything. So, you know. Anyway. Okay. Oh well, if we are, we are. Folks, if we go off at 3 o'clock, then please forgive us. We will be back, of course. You know, if you're in anywhere other than the UK, you're probably wondering what the hell we're talking about. But there's a national alert, a test, which is for, like, you know, future sort of like fires and stuff like that, or national alerts like heat wave or something like that. Crazy, isn't it? Stay indoors. Stay indoors. It's on.
alert. This is a test of emergency alert, a new UK government service that will warn you if there's a life-threatening emergency nearby. Yeah, but it was on my Bluetooth, so it didn't come out on the phone, did it? Oh, that's funny, man. Well, I just got it anyway. So people are getting it at different times, I guess. Not everyone at the same time. Nicola Austin blasted my ears. Sparrow Becks just happened. Alert going off on phone. Kevin Gresham. We've known that for years in Holland, early bird. Lloyd Bell. Yes, it has just happened, folks. Obviously, early warning alert of some description. Should have that on our app, really, shouldn't we, Jelly? Why haven't we got that on our app? Live alert. Live alert. Well, it's not very life-threatening, though, is it? I wouldn't mind it. If we got a bing bong. Always made me wonder how. See, there's the runway inspection going on, folks. Normally it's a couple of them. Where's his mate today then? Or maybe they've decided they can do it singularly. No reports of any FOD, obviously. Two Cathay Pacific jets in town, a 350 and a 777. Not sure why that is. Interesting to see. Oh yeah, of course we've got the Singapore Slinger inbound, folks. Okay, let me just do this and then do that. And then do that and then do that. See, there's nobody on that aeroplane, is there? On that flight deck. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But he's happy, look. I'm going flying, look. Shall I stop with the smiley face thing now? I think everyone's got it now, or not? But as it goes past, it gets more and more smiley. Yeah, some people didn't get it by the sounds of it. So while everyone's running around you in panic, Jilly, around the streets, you're like, what? What's going on? Kitchen roll, they've come run out of kitchen roll. Where, what, eh? Ian Snelling, first arrival is a BA Dreamliner. Thank you, Ian. We've got that. I've got that on visual right now. Very dirty jet, somebody's saying about that 777, I have no doubt. Let's just have a little look and see what we do have indeed. That Dreamliner. Come on, son, get yourself on flight radar from Tokyo, Haneda. Now inbound, he's just been in the hold as well. You've got a few heavies inbound, that's for sure. Let's just come out a little bit further. Two 380s. One behind the other. Singapore Slinger behind the Emirates 380. Currently just east of Bonn for the Emirates, and just west of Frankfurt is the Singapore Slinger. Let's just have a little look here and make sure there's nothing coming up to the street. Hold on a minute. That's interesting. Cathay Pacific, due in 2 hours and 40 minutes. There we go. We have a 747 on its way just west of Bucharest right now. If you're looking on Flight Radar 24, folks, just going to keep tracking that one, and of course everything else that's coming in here. Spots of rain, but we are hearing that it's only going to be
very light showers. Let's just make sure. Jump down and get the other waterproof. That's a long flight, isn't it? What's the 13 hours and 52 minutes ago this aircraft departed Haneda. Wow, that's long haul, man. Very calm conditions, almost just no wind at all. Pretty insane for British Airways. Very rare, as you know, as a regular to Big Jet TV, you all know what I'm talking about there. British Airways really sort of like very conservative with their reversers normally, but those Trents being put right through their paces there. It's like a guitar solo, isn't it, really, man? Like a good quality guitar solo. The sound of those engines, man. Not quite as good. It is good. I love the way people come past me and they look up at me and like, who the hell's that? What's he doing? All Victor Meldrew-ish. Margaret! Yeah, by the way, folks, big shout out to Jilly, who had to manually create the update for Android. So rather than moaning about it happening, please, you know, give her praise and thanks for the hard work. Because trust me, I wouldn't even know where to start. So that is just pretty amazing. She built the app single-handedly as well, obviously with my design input. But using her brain, me using just a little bit of my brain. Quite late for the lights to come on there. Greased it, look at that. Wheelie King, look at that, how smooth that was brought down. Doesn't matter how smooth you bring it down, bottom line is that as soon as those big hard tyres full of like around 200 psi of nitrogen, they're like stones basically, like big rocks. That's how hard they are. When you kick them, you've got to wear steel toe caps, because I tell you what, you bust your toes. But once they touch the ground, they're going from 0 to 2,000 RPM. In a very, very short space of time. There goes that dirty old E380 there. looking forward to the day we get down to the Airbus facility down at Toulouse. See, now it's boiling. I'm bleeding boiling. Yeah, man. It's probably going to be rare. It's probably going to be short-lived, I'd imagine, but this is a 330 CEO, Virgin Atlantic. Is it Virgin? No, it's Turkish. Sorry, my apologies. Trent 700s, here we go. Very little, if any, reverser there. Going all on the brakes, probably brake to vacate, I'd imagine. So picking the very far end turn off, that would mean that they can run it all the way out there, leave the reversers open, just in case there's a sudden need and necessity to apply reverser. How you doing? How you well? Hope you're well. Hope you had a good week. You know, sometimes, you know, it's a good thing to sort of like why from Monday? I don't know. It's a starting date, isn't it? It's a starting point. You've got to have it's a psychological starting point, isn't it? So treat each new week as a sort of like, you know, a bit like I don't know, New Year's Day, New Year's resolution, new week resolution. Drink more water. I nearly said drink more beer there. Mind you, I don't drink very much, so I'm quite lucky in that respect. A little bit of swirly breeze there. Bosh! And the dirt is gone. I am the Scarlet Pimpernel. Oh my good God, really? Wow. News to me. Yeah, it's funny. Beautiful A350. Look how straight that wing is, folks. Remember that wing. Put that in your memory bank now and look at the next Dreamliner that comes in. Look how straight that wing is, although it does have flex. Nice. Smooth. Tell you, if it was a landing competition, those last two would have been podium, but we got a lot more to come. Podium material. Josh Idika, no,
good day to you. Welcome everybody. Hope you're well. Please, if you're a new member or an existing member, please try and keep the chat to obviously aviation related, but also try to refrain, should I say, from one-on-one conversations, because it kind of blocks up the chat for everybody else and anybody else who wants to obviously ask aviation questions or give me feedback or other people feedback on the feed as well. Don't forget there are it was a great mention by somebody last week who said that such a great community, got so many great questions, learnt so much from everybody on here and got my questions answered as well. So that's great feedback. Jez White, a lot of aero braking today. Yes, indeed. What he's talking about there, Jez White is talking about aero braking, whereby they use the wing itself as a braking tool to, again, minimise the amount of pressure on the brakes. Sometimes they may be using auto braking, which is a brake to vacate setting on the aircraft. Sometimes they'll do it manually, but depending upon how heavy they are, what exit they want, etc., etc., they can pre-program the aircraft whilst in flight for brake to vacate distance. But what Jez is talking about there is using, as well as obviously the spoilers and the brakes, but trying to minimise the amount of wear and tear on the engines or the reverser component. They will use the big wing, especially those 330s. See it a lot of times with the 330. They will use the big wing, the main wing for aero brake. Oh, easy, son. Because this is one of our locations that we don't film from the roof. Oh well, maybe there are people who've not seen the Renaissance before. The Renaissance? Aidan Campbell, the company's founder, Sir Henry Royce, was a keen angler, had a special affinity for rivers. Oh, there we go then, the Trent. That makes sense, doesn't it? The Merlin engine. So the Merlin wasn't the Merlin a fish? Isn't the Merlin a big fish, Chili? I think. Pretty sure it is. Yeah. So there we go. So that's great. That's great. That's great feedback. See, that's something I've learnt now, today, right here, in this moment, at 3:20 in the afternoon on Sunday, the 23rd of April 2023. I have just found out that apparently the founder of Rolls-Royce was a keen angler, and hence the name of his engine types. Brilliant, man. Wasn't the Spey a Rolls-Royce engine? Rolls-Royce Spey? Now, is that a fish? I don't know. Or was it not a Spey? I don't know. Just trying to think now of the other Rolls-Royce engine type. Because I know Merlin. What's that? What was the variant, the different variant of the Merlin engine, which was later on the bigger one? Aidan Campbell, rivers are powerful powerful and dynamic forces of nature, and naming engines after them may be seen as a way of emphasising the power and reliability of Rolls-Royce's products. Absolutely. Well, you know what? It's interesting. There's an advertising campaign that Rolls-Royce. Oh, it's a Marlin, is it? No, but the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine was the combustion engine, the V12. Okay. Yeah, but he's not a fish. And he's nothing to do with angling. Anyway, the Trent, the River Trent. He loved rivers, didn't he? So that's obviously it. But that's the founder, isn't it? So he was long gone by the time they created the Trent program, because the Trent program was obviously or did he maybe put that in his wishes, in his will or something like that, to name engines after rivers, perhaps? Who's that, Gilly? David Edwards, got your email. Gilly's just read it out to me. Thank you so much, my friend. Lovely words, very kind indeed. And also to anybody else who's sent us emails between shows and during shows and after shows. And do what, Gilly? Oh, and it's his birthday today. Happy birthday, mate. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, yeah. Did you say something about him retiring or something, Jilly? He's now officially retired. Wow, good on you, mate. Lucky son. Stay busy, though. Stay busy. Keep yourself busy. Get hobbies and stuff, and yeah, but you can retire at a very young age as well, Jilly. But it doesn't mean that you sort of like buy a big comfy chair and a dressing gown and a big pair of slippers and a dog and a Volvo. I love Volvos, by the way. They've got some very fast motor vehicles, and they're built like brick houses. Comments, Douglas Butcher, good afternoon to you. What's the difference between 777ER and LR? Curious to know. Good question, that is. Extended range and long range are basically the two words there. There's not many of the ERs about. It more is just a long range, isn't it? I mean, it's the extended range, I believe the early variants of the 777 with British Airways, the 200s were, I think they were, they're 200 LRs and ERs, aren't they? But very rare do I say ER, because every time I say ER, I think of the character, you know, the donkey. ER. The difference between them is literally something you can't visually see it. It's basically long range and extended range tanks that are built into the aircraft. I think maybe the ER has wingtips. I'm not sure. Oh, the ER was more common than the LR, apparently, Lee's saying. Interesting. When
and I'm guessing that would probably be the case purely because of the fact that they could switch to extended range with a long range, with even if they're putting it on a long range route, they can then switch it to an extended range route without having to modify it. Big Mac has gifted a Big Jet TV membership. Thank you, Big Mac. Oh, it's made me hungry, actually. You know what? Funny enough, I do. Yes. It's more actually like battery acid flavour. You know, like not battery acid, but battery. You know when you can test the battery by, yeah, metallic. Just leave it at that. Yeah, very metallic. Yeah. Neil Beattie, Olympus was taken over by Rolls from Bristol Siddeley. They named their engines from mythology. Fantastic. Whoa. Oh, okay. Okay, let's see if we get some aero braking out of this 777. This looks like an a 777-300. We've been going on about ER. 777-300 with General Electrics. Just look at the size of those engines, man. Bit of rudder movement, tiny bit. Very smooth indeed. It's almost like a gymnast, sort of like jumping off the hobby horse or whatever it is. You know, when they sort of like have to do that perfect sort of like whatever it is finish to blah blah. Kevin Beasley, 747 due 2 hours 15 minutes, follow on flight radar CX7. Thank you for that, Kevin Beasley. Mart UK1 Olympus engines also on the Vulcan before Concorde. Yes, indeed. Concorde's Olympus engines were also had a development with Snecma, wasn't it? For the reheats, because the Concorde, of course, used reheats, whereas the Vulcan did not. Is this another Cathay Pacific aircraft? Blimey, that's 3 aircraft in. Brake, more emphasised on the reversers, the engine reversers, engines being used to slow that aircraft down. Beautiful, man, beautiful touchdown. Now, you know what I said about the 350 wing, folks? Put it in your memory banks. Now look at this. This is Royal Jordanian's Dreamliner, the 787. Look at the you know, it's just so much more emphasized, isn't it? The flex on that wing. It's a carbon wing, exactly the same as the A350 with Airbus. Boeing, the first to experiment with carbon wing, I believe. I don't know how far behind Airbus were in that technology, but I guess that both the aircraft manufacturers were probably trying to develop it in line with each other, but I think Boeing got there first with the 787, of course, had years of issues with it before it became commercially viable, and obviously still paying for it now and continuing with teething problems with the 787, as we all know. watch the wing deflex, go from that flex up to down. Watch the wing drop, watch the wing drop. Look at that.
There you go, folks. Apart from the boy racer, that was just beautiful, wasn't it? Seeing that he's got a hole in his exhaust, but I think based on the car type, I think I'd just go with that sort of like that. Geezer who likes the sound of his own exhaust.
Boeing 777. A lot less wing flex, of course, than the 787. More sort of like along the lines of the 350. Although the 350 wing is a lot straighter than that. You wait for the next one, you know what I'm talking about. And that is a way that you subliminally get to identify aircraft from this kind of angle as well. Of course, the 330, you'll see the big droopy undercarriage. 350 has a sort of like leveled undercarriage. 787 slightly tilted back, 777 heavily tilted back, A330 massively tilted back.
As in, yeah, switch it over and see if anything happens.
Gary Lyon, can't wait to go on my first 787 in September. Alex Hilton, have we got Dave all good booked for Anchorage? No, unless he comes and says hello, and which would be more than welcome if he did. I think he came up there twice actually, didn't he? Firstly to say hello, and then the next time, but hopefully we might get to see him. Birdman, spoiler on landing, lift dump, increased load on wheels, more efficient braking, Newton's second law, love it. Yes, like that. What he's talking about there is when they lift the ground spoilers, otherwise known as speed brakes as well on the wing, you'll see that the spoilers come up and they dump the speed and increase the efficiency of the weight on the wheels, or the pressure on the wheels, especially the inboard spoilers, which are located aft of the engines. You'll see them come up as soon as he touches down, or she touches down. Up they come, there we are. See those, that singular set there is sort of like positioned more or less over the wheel set, so that will be really aiding in the slowing down process. In the pressure on the wheels process. Whereas the outboard ones, although they will go some way to putting that pressure. I don't need this pressure on. I don't need this pressure on. Penny Haskins, good afternoon. Aviation in 4K, Aviation Arrow. Yesterday came across a photo I took of K-Boss in the early 80s. Delta's L1011 TriStar at gate, waiting to fly me home with his 3R Rolls-Royce RB211s. Fabulous looking jet. Yeah, wow. Lucky you, Avro Arrow, to have flown on that jet. That is just fantastic.
I don't think I ever flew on a TriStar. DC-10, yes. Great chat today, man. Great talk, comments. Love anything that's sort of like technical, and that last one was brilliant. Paul Snyder, the spoilers dump lift as importantly as speed. There we go. Yeah. So carries out two very important jobs, which is why the pilots, you'll see the pilots testing the ground spoilers before they depart, when they do their full and free movement check with the ground spoilers, ailerons, elevators and the rudder. Everything gets a full and free check just to make sure that in the need for a sudden stop on the runway with a rejected takeoff, they will be able to dump all that speed. Not just with the spoilers, of course, but with the brakes and the engines. Of course, if there is a need for them to suddenly abort the takeoff, depending on the speed that they're travelling at, will determine what systems are used. If they lose an engine on takeoff, they've obviously got one engine for reverser. Of course, the other thing that you need to consider is you have to be very quick thinking as to which engine they've lost. Obviously, that's the quick thinking and the quick communication between the co-pilot and the flying pilot, or the flying pilot and the non-flying pilot, should I say, to establish which engine they've lost, because all of that happens very, very quickly. But the one thing is that they can do is get those spoilers up, stand on the brakes, pull the power back on the engines, and then if they've got time, be able to use the reversers of the operational engine. See right through those. I think they're Pratt & Whitney's or Leap. I know that Lufthansa did have problems with their initial batch of Neos with the Pratt & Whitney engine, and ordered a replacement set of aircraft or whatever, said to Airbus, the next set of aircraft that we take delivery of, we want them to be powered by the Leap engine. Oh, hello, it's that long range. Oh, say it again. Gulf Air. Stubby undercarriage on it, look how stubby that undercarriage. Nope. Big hydraulic systems on their brakes. All electrical. Very efficient, very effective, very lightweight compared. What is GP? John Davies, BAC 111.
to Jersey. First flight from Elmdon in Birmingham Airport. Wow. Can I do anything, Jilly? Is there anything I can do, or not really, or?
Can get overflies, you know. Got any cruisers? We should be able to catch a few through the broken cloud. At the moment, that is. As in jumpy.
4K lag, Stephen Rouse, Jerry Donnelly. Video is choppy, Echo 6 Bravo. Do you want to do a reboot, Jilly? I'll do a reboot now. No? Instructions, yeah? Jilly?
Is it the audio? Is it the audio or the
Okay. Be alert that the Wi-Fi is not on, yeah? Yeah, but I'm wondering if that's linked to it in some way. William Smith, I think we're back, folks. Are we back? Are we back? Everybody happy? William Smith has gifted 10 Big Jet TV memberships. William, wonderful thing to do. Thank you so much. And Chip Anderson has upgraded to super class. Chip, a new member as well, by the looks of it. Thank you, Chip. Much appreciated. Sorry for the technical issues, folks, but it is... Sorry, folks. 1World777 going to have a hat in 3, 2, 1. Quite work that angle, does it? Japan Airlines, Mister. Sorry, folks. Mark Barr, Captain Sky Marshal Jerry Donnelly. Is the ILS localizer signal? Well, I'm joking there. Good now, thank you. Excellent picture and audio now. Scott Amos, thank you, Scott. Peter Keating, 1979. Thank you, Peter. Thanks, Kurt. Katie D, what is that plane? Which one are you talking about, Katie? Mandate. Thank you to the person who gifted me the membership. Thank you, Mandate. Jez White, EK31, Biggin Hill Stack. Okay, interesting. Interesting. The stack is in operation at the moment. Carol Smith. We use all 4 networks, folks. We don't just use one network, but we use all 4 UK networks. Multiple connections as well. So, you know, it is, don't worry about it. We know what it is, but it's something that's nothing to do with the connectivity, you know, the network or anything like that. It's more down to our technology's connection to the scrambling unit, so to speak. Scramble, scramble. John Davies, yes, Narita. Narita is most definitely on the cards. Kloss, Jerry Lakehood, still very cold. Yeah, I was thinking of just bringing me swimming costume really, and flip-flops maybe. No, we do obviously, no, I appreciate it. Only a bit of banter there, Norman. We obviously do prepare for all weather conditions. Fully aware that it's just coming into spring at Anchorage right now, or in Alaska, should I say. So the warm weather's some way off yet, so I'll be taking all the wet weather and cold weather gear with me. George. Kaz, Singapore Slinger arriving shortly. Thank you, Kaz. Screaming Emu, no distinction between passenger and cargo for priority unless fuel is involved. Thank you for that, Screaming Emu. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to London Heathrow. Thanks, mate. 2 seconds. Steep climb rate on that. Thanks, mate. Indeed, folks. Looks good in the sun, doesn't it? Like Aero Mexico. This could make a noise. Coming in hot. She's coming in hot. Nice. The original screaming Screamliner, as one of our old members once called it. And then she went. Chris Garwood, welcome back, Chris. Good afternoon to you. Charles D. Butter. Tom Glass saying thanks to William Smith. Will Smith. Puss in PJ's cafe looks great in One World Delivery. It does, doesn't it? ITA ETA. What's he doing? So, like I say, welcome back, Chris Garwood. Welcome back, all new and old and recent members. Screaming Emu, that's usually about 5 to 8 miles out. What's that?
Chip Anderson, any plans to catch the new Air China 747 passenger flight that now goes into Frankfurt? What's that? Tilly, can you check that? Can you check that, or are you busy?
Well, Chip, thank you for that. Starting 1st of May, replacing the 777 at Frankfurt. Air China 747-8. So that was in mothballs, wasn't it? They brought that one in quietly. I wonder if... does that indicate that other carriers may consider? I did mention it, didn't I? What about Korean? And somebody mentioning the other day about all those Thai 747 jets, 747s that were parked up on remote. Lots of people liking that ITA livery. I like it. I'm a fan of it. Kathy, yes, I'm fully aware of ITA. Replacement for Alitalia. All new, literally change of management and everything. I think they dissolved Alitalia altogether, and
Simon Richardson, great question.
I kind of know the answer to that, but let's let Screaming Emu answer it.
When the pilots finish, do they do a debrief, or are they free to clock off and go home?
Great question.
Emirates 380 inbound 5 minutes. Mirrors saying thank you.
Got him. Way back on the comments. My apologies, folks.
Helen Clapp, Logan Air have a few new routes in 2023. Has anyone sat upstairs economy on Emirates 380? Paresh asking.
Just checking to see if it's worth the £70 upgrade. Well, probably be much the same cabin layout as downstairs, I would imagine. But if I was given the opportunity, I probably would pay that just to sit on the upper deck, but try and make sure you're over the wing.
EK1.
Ian Baker. Not much startup fuel aviation smell at the moment. Just because it's sort of direct 270, isn't it? The winds, or is it the winds are 09 and they're approaching 27? Yeah. I think winds are 090, literally. Could land 27 right. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, retard. Oh, butter. Wow. Yeah. Ground spoilers are massive. Here's your F&F check, folks, that we were talking about. I think he's done though. There you go. There's your full and free movement check. Spoilers on the left, spoilers on the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. Going on up there. There's a lot of wind up there. It's a big cell building right there. She's a brewing. A lot of maintenance, more than, you know, more than newer aircraft. Obviously these 767s needing more maintenance than their like 787s or 777s are pretty maintenance heavy as well, aren't they? Eve Hosgood sat on the lower deck of Emirates 380, right at the back of the aircraft. Wow. It's kind of a crazy view when you see that all the way back from the back of the aircraft and you're able to look down the aisle, see how bleeding long it is. It's pretty crazy. Steve Best, anyone got any tips for sleeping when in an economy seat? It depends on how well you sleep, really, Steve. I don't have a problem in going to sleep. I always prefer, if I can, on a long haul flight, to be in the window on the outbound flight, and minimise the amount that you drink before. Well, obviously, you know, make sure you drink, but you know, don't have hundreds of coffees before you fly, because then you'll be up and down like a yo-yo going to the toilet. Best thing to do is try and minimise the amount of fluid intake before you fly, especially long haul, of course. Unless, of course, you're in an aisle seat, in which case you can get up and down whenever you like. But I just like to do what I can. Obviously, you know, oh, this is nice. Uzbekistan, isn't it? It's to do with the bleeding mic, mate. It's the input. I'm telling you now. That's what it is. It's nothing to do with the podcast, nothing to do with any of that. It's purely that. Right, well then, do you want to try the analog input to just see whether it... It obviously does, because
Mind you, the other day, I got to be honest with you, the other day, people were saying it was brilliant. Okay. Yeah. Let me switch this mic out and put that mic on. Even though there's nothing wrong with that mic, you know what I mean?
Say it then.
Yeah. Just making out for the sake of it.
Such a big wing, man. Like I say, if you fly on the 380, if you can, get near the wing, get over the wing if you can, whether you're on the top deck or the bottom deck. It's a sight to behold, because it is just so massive. If you're in any way into engineering and design and stuff like that, from a technical standpoint, it's just such an impressive wing on that 380. Like nothing you've ever seen before. Singapore Slinger inbound. Thank you for that, Ian McGee. Bev, thank you everybody for your feedback. Hearing that obviously a couple of people are experiencing possibly localized sound issues themselves, but most people on here, well, almost everybody, everybody's happy. Distortion. Screaming Emu, my landings are a work of art. Oh, look at him. Hello, right over the top of us. Look at that. American triple. I can't get him because he's literally right over the flipping top. Oh, I can see that wing profile. Beautiful wing profile, man. Beautiful, man. Beautiful rendition of GE90 there.
General Electric. Chilly man, can you stop with this, mate? Yeah, but obviously, you know, fair enough. But obviously the sound has got some issues with it in terms of, for some people and not with others. It is because obviously we never get this. It's got to be related to the camera attachment. Yeah, I know, but you're not going to stop it, are you? We need to deal with it. So again, I will ask: do you want me to put it into the Bond mic? Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Would you want me to turn the road mic down then? By 1 notch? Ooh, bit of a bounce. Can you not say anything? Can you mute yourself for a second, Jimmy? I'm just going to listen to the feed, please. It's road noise, mate. It's road noise, picking up the road noise. Yeah, it's purely road noise. I've just listened right into it, and it is road noise. And real sea fishing, I have listened to what you're saying, and we've tried a parabolic, whatever, directional mic before. It doesn't work because you can't hear me. So thank you for your feedback. Really appreciate it. But your comments are not getting ignored or haven't noticed or anything like that. Nothing to do with that. It's just that I tried a directional mic like probably back in 2018, maybe even later than that. Yeah, because I'm hearing my audio absolutely fine. I'm hearing the aircraft perfectly fine. But obviously, because of the location where we're at, bear in mind that we're right next to a pretty busy road. And these are very, very sensitive microphones. And when we're at the paddock, you get the same sort of noise. But obviously, when we're on top of the roof of anywhere, there's a lot less road noise, which, yes, I agree, is a very sort of like, you know, and also bear in mind that the building behind me, the sound from the traffic is also pinging off of the building behind me, the hotel, the Renaissance, and of course that sound is pinging back at me, which kind of like doubles it up, doesn't it? Sailor Mike, Cafe 350 will be pushing back around 5 o'clock departure to Hong Kong. This Air Baltic is in a little bit of a rush, look. Come on, son. Oh, he slowed down. Look at the size of that thing. Yeah, and there's a lot less wind noise today, folks. Don't forget, it's very still, calm conditions. And like we mentioned there, to real sea fishing, the direct, all different types of microphones have been tried throughout our ventures on Big Jet TV. You know, handheld mics that have been clamped off on the sticks, very unreliable, big fluffy things, directional, can't hear me, so people are like, you know, can hear the planes, can't hear Jerry. It is obviously a very important part of the whole show. It's very important to me to make sure that the audio note is good for you guys. Always striving for perfection, if you know. Did Dan Air stand for destination, Jerry? Dan Air. I know what you mean. My stepmother flew for Dan Air. Can you believe it? Ian Saunders, good size comparison. Sue Clark, nice Baltic, Air Baltic livery. Yeah, I do like the Air Baltic livery, I've got to say. The launch customer for the A220, or as it was then, the Bombardier CS300, I think it was. Gwen, loving it. Sun goes in. The sun goes down. Mark Harding, I flew 4 miles from Heathrow, and when on 09s they fly from 0630 to 2300. Indeed they do. There's a restriction at London Heathrow, as there are many airports around the world. Some fly 24/7. Genuine, there we go. All good to me, just traffic. So, unfortunately, there's a block with no traffic there.
a look, have a look. All new. So that sounded like a brake to vacate operation there. Very interesting how, and I'm sure Screaming Emu can improve on what I say. In terms of the brake to vacate manoeuvre, it is based on GPS, I think. Length of the runway. Obviously, it is quite important that they touch down at the touchdown point, but it's within, I'm guessing, the parameters of the touchdown point. Or the TDZ, as it's known, the touchdown zone. So the brake to vacate will be based on the touchdown zone. I'm guessing can you override the brake to vacate if you sort of like miss your landing spot, so to speak, and you feel that you're a little bit long on the landing? Can you override the brake to vacate, just literally apply the brakes yourselves, or is that something that you could just do automatically along with the brake to vacate system if you feel you want a little bit more power on the brakes? Wow. Exhaust smoke coming out of these XWBs. Quite an oil burning engine, the XWB. Something that Qatar, I think, picked up from quite an early stage. They looking after Rwanda's 330 Neos, I think it was, which they never took up. I think Qatar was their deliveries. I don't know what the deal was, but see how it's flat foot straight slide. Nice. And bit of an argument going on there, look. The old crow's being here, kite's being picked on by the crow. It's funny, isn't it? Because there's no you know, in terms of heavyweight versus lightweight, it's you know, the crow can just annoy him, can't he? Come on, get him! Get him! They don't get on well. I've got to be honest with you. I often see crows having a go at the buzzards or the. He's not bothered at all, is he? He's just not flustered at all, is he? Crow's sort of like, you know, no, he's off it. He's gone. He's, oh, well, never mind, eh? Maybe it's his mate. Maybe he's having a bit of banter. I know that's a Neo. First of all, the winglets. What's that, GP? Love handsome. A couple of little sort of like small indeed, it is a red kite and a black crow. Abundant species here in the United Kingdom. Another Neo. So, who saw the Lego CFM engine model? And if you haven't, Google it because you will be amazed. I think there's only a very brief sort of like walk past of footage. You get to see all the moving components inside the engine. I mean, folks, obviously there's, in some cases, they must have had to have used, you know, other plastic moulded components. For instance, the wheel themselves that that rotate. You know, the blade assembly. See, now that in comparison to the earlier Dreamliner that we got coming in with BA. But yeah, so this aircraft hasn't, there we go, see the horizontal stabilizers at the back, there we go, the elevators now moving into position because the all electric start system in operation now. All the hydraulic systems have been have gone live. And now they are able to start those engines. I don't know if they've started them, or are they just doing 1 and 2, or I can't see there. I'm not seeing any heat out the right-hand engine at this point in time. See the comms, the radio communication guy there, just unhooking from the undercarriage, and also disconnecting, very importantly, disconnecting the pin, the steering pin out of the front. You can see it there hanging out of his left hand. He will then turn round and show that to the pilot. The pilot's then able to confirm that he has the steering pin. I think there it is in his right hand. That's the lead in his left hand, the communications lead. Should turn around at some point. Oh, maybe not. Maybe he's already done it. I don't know. Has he already done it? Because that's a long way off. Hold on. No, he's definitely already done it. He must have done it. I didn't see him do it, but there we go. Aircraft free to move. Don't think the flaps have been extended at this stage yet. He's doing a full and free check. They're the elevators. That's the main flight surface that's used to aircraft pitch up and down. Ground spoilers on the left wing, ground spoilers on the right wing, and the rudder will now be activate. And that's what's known as an F and F check, folks. Full and free check. All the flight surfaces. Sometimes pilots will do it twice just to doubly make sure, especially the ground spoilers. Very important that, well, all of the moving parts are as important as each other, but obviously in the takeoff roll, the ground spoilers are going to be needed to, in the case of a need for a sudden start. Screaming Emu talking about the efficiency of winglets. Yes, indeed. Because if you have if you have no winglet, it creates drag on the wing element. Because the end of the wing is primarily where the air bleeds off, and to clean that up means more efficiency, a smoother ride as well. Was that the number 2 starting with a bit of a puff of smoke there? Roxy Simmons tuning in from Denver, Colorado. Dan Air 737, spring heat wave in Europe, 31 degrees, blimey. Chris B, price of Lego, yeah, it probably has like everything else, isn't it? WV Islander asking about blinking lights, is that? Outboard blinking lights, are they these strobes which are dodging a bit of bad weather here, I have to say. It's doing quite well. Outboard wing lights, left is red, right is green, port and starboard. Always the same, just like shipping. Outboard of the wing as well, on the extension of each wing, is a flashing strobe, which is the anti-collision strobes. On Boeing, it's a flash, 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 whereas on the Airbus, it's a flash, flash. Ooh. And on the I think on the Embraer it's flash and flash! Ready and fire! Kenya Airways, all the way from Nairobi. Nothing compared to Haneda. Big aero brake, still got the front wheel up in the air. Look at that, look at that. Lots of aero braking going on there. Skilled pilot, someone who bleeding hot, I tell you. Then as soon as it goes in, bosh, it goes, literally fluctuates between, 5 degrees. Avro Arrow, will you be giving us flight details for Anchorage? Yes, we will. Mark Harding, British toy maker made an identical version of Lego prior to Lego. They never put a patent on it, got copied by you-know-who, patent, the rest is history. Well, there you go. You snooze, you lose, son. Wow. What was the name of that British toy maker? It's crazy. I never knew that.
Chicky Armitage, good afternoon to you. Captain Sky Marshal. Just depends on the airline checklist we use. Do flight control checklist for pilot side and co-pilot side.
Isn't that a standard procedure though when you're going through checklists? You're both looking on your panels, your independent panels, left and right panel, just to sort of like, you know, link the two up and make sure that they both tally. Cabin pressures and QNH. Is the QNH the air pressure? I think it is, isn't it? Which is relative to the height, the ground pressure, or which affects the altitude, I think, indicator, or the lovely old 767. See, now I'm standing here on my waterproof chili. I'm absolutely boiling. Yeah. What time's that Virgin jet going out, Gilly? The 330, the new one? That's a Dreamliner, obviously. Yeah, oh, is this her here? Is this possibly her here, right opposite me? Wouldn't they have put the new livery on it though? The new lady, if you know what I mean. Straight opposite me. Yeah. Wow. So they left the nose art on her then. They haven't put the new sort of like, you know. Wow. Interesting. Air France 220 2010 retard. Just a little bit sketchy that we need you. So that aircraft, I assumed that aircraft was going for retirement, but no, she's back in service with a new lick of paint. But interestingly enough, with the original nose art. Doesn't look very new, does it? Or is that just me? I don't know what it's. Stuart Martindale, QNH is pressure at nautical height, QFE is pressure at field elevation. Nautical height being the height at which you are at, and QFE the field elevation as in the ground elevation. In other words, the height of I know, because I turned one off, mate. I turned it off. I said I'm not going to use it because of all that. Okay, let me try. Stand by. Normally put them on as well. Oh, Rick Chaplin, QNH is pressure at sea level, QFE is pressure at the airfield level. Rick, thank you for that. So there we go. So you set your QNH inside the cockpit
Okay, because okay, so when the air traffic control give your descent height, do they have to give the QNH reading as well, just so that you can tally that with your instruments? Obviously a very important part of the procedure. So when you're clear to land or when you're on descent, do you get a QFE or a sea level ground? Yeah, because do your instruments not calculate if you're given the no because it won't know what CX7 1 hour 20 minutes. Ian Snelling telling us. Thank you, Ian. We have a Boeing 747 on its way in, folks. Cathay Pacific, regular here to London Heathrow, of course, as we know. But always good to catch a queen. And I'd imagine, saying that, I'd hope that they're going to bring her in on this runway and not go and ruin it all for everyone. Are you listening, Nats? Don't go and ruin it all for everyone and go bringing her in on the other runway now. Yup. Finnair, nice. Quite heavy. Slapped it down a bit. Shot. Bit of a funky shot there. Like that Finnair livery, man. It's crazy how some carriers bring their big jets in, like, you know, Iberia and Finnair. It's a shame SAS, because they used to bring their 330 in, didn't they, SAS? Tristan Warrilow, stunning looking aircraft. Thanks, Tristan. A2C will give you the QNH, Joe, and other info will be on ATIS or Airport Charts. Captain Sky Marshal, there we go. Thank you. You've answered my question, because I can't recall them giving QNH and QFE at the same time. It's always flight level 190 or whatever, QNH 180 or something like that. You know, the difference between sea level and your level above the ground, isn't it? Isn't the altitude that you're flying at, is that not above the ground at the time, or above sea level? I'm not sure. Crazy question. Maybe that Lego engine led me to think about the evolution of 3D printing. Is it used in the manufacture of any aircraft parts? Arrow, great question. Yes is the answer to that. 3D printing's been used for quite some time. In fact, Rolls-Royce engineer, if he was still around here, would tell you that the other Wi-Fi's on, by the way, GP, that the combustor blades, I believe it's the combustor blades, or high
high pressure compressor blades. Sorry, the combustor is obviously the bang part of the engine where everything, you know, all the action happens, so to speak, where the fuel is injected and the squeezed air explodes literally like the same with a piston in the sleeve of an engine. But I think the high pressure compressor blades on the Rolls-Royce Trent engine originally were grown. Very advanced system of manufacture, but unfortunately those blades were what ended up causing Rolls-Royce all those issues. MG John, sustained heavy hailstones for a quarter of an hour about 80 miles west of London Heathrow, up on the Cotswolds, heading east London bound. Oh, great. Very wet UK spring this year, non-stop since before March. Yes, it has been. It has literally been non-stop. We've had some very rare opportunities where we've had lovely dry weather where we haven't been pelted by either massive hailstones or heavy duty rain or whatever it might be. You know, Tobias. Brandon Planespotter 23. An example is Speedbird 2325. Descend now, flight level 100. Then Speedbird 2325. Descend now to altitude 6000. The QNH 1001. And in the UK, we nearly always use HPA Good luck with that. Hectopascal. Rotunda. I think they use a pressure of 29.92. Bit of a bouncy landing there. Talking of SAS, used to be great, didn't it? Used to be great when you brought your 330s in here. Right. And your 350, didn't have 350 as well. We've seen it, probably at Chicago or something like that. Astana, 23 minutes, Ian Baker, Rolls-Royce engineer. Yeah, you tend not to get much 3D printing in very hot sections. Yeah, there we go. So he's Rolls-Royce engineer. What blade assembly was it? What part of the engine was it? The cold part, the front end. I know it was compressor blades. I think it was compressor blades. It's some part of the engine, because it's obviously when we talk about compressor blades, we're talking about compressing the air. It comes in through the main fan and it gets squeezed and squeezed and squeezed by smaller and smaller blades. So by the time it reaches the combustion chamber, it literally is very, very high pressure. Ignition, that's ignited with the spark is lit up obviously with the fuel, and then bang, that becomes thrust and is blown out of the engine. Brandon Planespotting, the QNH is set to stand at the transition level climbing, or the local QNH when descending trans level as in the charts, if you're wondering. Thank you for that, sir. Oh, that Pratt & Whitney's all right. Yeah, that Pratt & Whitney's all right. Concorde 444. It's a shame we couldn't see VGM up close. It could have had a Sky Team sticker fitted. I don't know if she has. Didn't look like it. Looked absolutely bog standard to me, that livery on that Virgin 330. Andy Chase, flight levels are flown on the standard altimeter setting SAS of 1013 millibars and is selected above the transition altitude. Love pilot talk, man, love it. I might not fully understand it, but I really do, I really love it.
Screaming Emu, of course, they use inches of mercury because we like toxic substances.
Diane 78, CX7 over Frankfurt now, 54 minutes out. We're going to track her on flight radar, folks.
Let's grab her on flight radar. Ian Baker. Random plane spotter charts are sent to flight crews on the EFB on the flight pad. So yeah, they've already literally got the flight chart loaded up, whereas before in the old days they used to have physical maps that would be created individually for each flight. Now of course it's all done electronically. Astana, wow. Ted Rogers special. Still miss their 757, of course. Still love seeing their 75 coming in. Very rare to see a United 75 now, of course. Sotti UK. I've worked at GE in Prestwick, and engines are brought in for refurbishment. The blades would stretch in operation, and GE basically machined them down to fit within the engine cowling again. Wow, that's crazy. When you talk about machine them down, obviously we're talking about not composite blade there, I would imagine. Surely not, because you can't really, once you've created a composite component, you can't change its, can't work on it, so to speak, file it down, or you can smooth it down, I guess, with a bit of wet and dry, I don't know. But we're talking about very small amounts, but that is very interesting. I'd imagine that the stretch, you wouldn't get a composite blade that would stretch. That's maybe why they switched to a composite blade, because the alloy blade, titanium blade, of course, will of course stretch purely down to its centrifugal forces. I did hear once that these LEAP engines, and the Pratt & Whitney engines, they actually twist. The blades themselves actually twist. We're not talking about any sort of like huge increment. We're talking about a little tiny amount, microscopic amount, to allow more efficiency. Because I guess they would be operating more efficient at that. Has it gone? The 330. Chip Anderson, does using SAS cause cruising jets to change their actual height above the ground slightly as the actual air pressure changes around them? Question. Something that I can't answer. This looks good. This is a Max. Coming in hot. See, that's the scimitar winglet. Nice. LEAP engine. Boeing 737 Max. Giving that some, isn't he? Nice. It's almost brake to vacate, wasn't it? Stood on the reversers there. The split scimitar winglet, very unique to Boeing. And I think that that is because it was originally on the MD-11, wasn't it? The split scimitar winglet. Therefore their property in terms of their intellectual property. Roxy Simmons. Are the pilots that's so squashed up in the cockpit. Roxy, they're not really squashed up. The cockpit is quite a big open area, and not only that, but it might look it purely because of the fact that you know, when you see pictures of them, they're sort of like sat in their seats, and I mean, it's as big as it needs to be, put it that way. Obviously, real estate inside an aircraft is very important. You only need as much space as you need. Of course, back in the olden days, back in the war, but back in the day when my dad used to fly, all aircraft had a flight engineer on board, which was a third crew member operating overseeing mainly the engines and fuel and balance of the aircraft and that kind of thing. But he and she became redundant after the new technologies were brought into place. In other words, the glass cockpit, as it is known. See that black smoke coming out the back of those engines, man? GP, have you got me on playback somewhere or something? I can hear myself. Honest with you, every time, and Rolls-Royce engineer may back me up on this one, but or inform me as to the reason why, but I mean, obviously we know the reason why is because they're filling it up, they're topping it up with oil. But every time I've been at gate and I've seen a 350 pull up next to me, they've always there's always been a fella there with a little set of steps and 5 cans of oil. Not always 5 cans, but you know, however many cans it might need, just to top up the oil level within those XWB engines. Now, whether that is the gearbox oil, I don't know, or what oil it is. Perhaps Rolls-Royce engineer can enlighten me on that one. It's the panel which is literally kind of there. You can just about see the square panel there, where the ground engineer will put his little set of steps up, or her little set of steps up, and open the little hatch, and then Diane78 DHL 757 over the channel, thank you. Penny Haskins asking about, obviously, about 747 still in operation. We are hearing that China Airlines, was it China Airlines or Air China? It was Air China, wasn't it? Was it Air China's? Yeah, Air China's 747-8 back in operation at Frankfurt on May the 1st. Would love to be there to see it, obviously. Screaming Amy, you want us cramped cockpit fly the C402 with passengers stepping on your seatbelt and pushing their knees into your back, like me. Yeah, then you're talking. Well, there's very little. Oh, hello. What's that all about? Rain clouds over the top of me, and I just felt a big splodge of rain. Okay, that's something that can be handled and dealt with. Yeah, there it is. Big splodges of rain. Okay. You want to play like that, do you? Hey? Let's put that there. Right, Andy Chase. SAS ensures all flight levels are equal and 1,000 feet apart, depending on the pressure at the time will vary, as 1 millibar is equal to 30 feet. Lots of things to learn, you see, as a pilot.
Ian Baker, Lufthansa, lots of US cargo aircraft. Many European charter operators as well, owning 747s and chartering them out overseas. But yeah, he's right. You know, the likes of Atlas Air, of course, Cargolux is a huge operator out of Holland or Luxembourg. Yeah, it's like Luxembourg. I'll get me code. Called BO8. How would pilots know if they have a problem with the rotation? Well, that would be mainly down to the artificial horizon, which is the main instrument that I think on most even glass modern aircraft they still have a traditional artificial horizon non-digital version. Obviously the main glass panel on these modern jets nowadays, you can literally just flick between different screens to bring up different information. The main panel that they see on most that I've seen will be the artificial horizon, but also on the panel somewhere on some of these, well, I think most of these big jets is a traditional analog artificial horizon. Roxy Simmons, what a lovely thing to do, gifting 5 Big Jet TV memberships. If you have been gifted, please come in and say thank you to your giftor, because, or is it giftee? It's giftor. Yeah, if you're the giftor, thank you. And if you are the giftee, please come in and say thank you to your giftor. It should say it on the feed right there where you are now. XYZ has been gifted a Big Jet TV membership by Roxy Simmons, for example. Listen to these Rolls-Royce Trent 7 engines. Listen to that hum. Should I say, listen to that bass? Not Trent 700s, sorry. Trent 800s, my apologies. Trent 700, of course, on the 330. Trent 8s, I think exclusively used for the 777-200. As a replacement for the GE 90 engine, not the replacement, but many operators, when they first introduced the 777, opted for the General Electric power plant, but they had quite a few issues with General Electric GE 90s in the early days, British Airways being one of those operators, and they had to actually so they Here's the smile. Here's the smile. Smilier and smilier as it goes past. Now it's really smiling.
me you can't hear that hum. Bushbound asking a very valid question about bird strikes on engines. Depends on the size of the bird, really. If it's like a goose or something, then it can do a considerable amount of damage to the internals of an engine, but generally it just needs dismantling and replacement parts, I'd imagine. Rolls-Royce engineer, I need to know what that humming is on the Trent 8. Ian Snelling, Brussels Airlines 320 Smurfs livery, 16 minutes out. So he puts on a bit of power and the humming stops. Rachel Lofthouse, lovely sound that is. I did say that I'd love to have been in the meeting, you know, the with the team at Lego when whoever it was made the announcement. Morning, everybody. Morning, Mr. Smith. Good morning, Mr. Sugar. Shut up. Fully blown adults, 30 years old, going, good morning, Mr. Sugar. It's like, oh, come on. Anyway, yeah, sorry. It would have been hilarious. Right, so we've got a new project, we've got a new challenge. Oh yeah, what's that? We're going to build a CFM engine with all internal moving parts, and not just that, a cutaway of it too. Ooh, who's going to be the first to get on that one? Stevie P, Big Jet TV, are you guys here on Wednesday flying on VS19 to San Francisco? Email us this, that, Steve, would you please? We need you to email us that, and then we will give us the flight details as well. Obviously, very important that we need to know what flight number it is and at what time it is, so that we can obviously make any plans that we have. Of course, I'm flying, don't forget, to Anchorage on Thursday, so I need to sort of like get myself acclimatized to that. So as a result of that, it'll probably be a late-ish show on Wednesday, and we are going to do now we're coming towards those. Yeah, okay, that's interesting, yeah. So really we need to do an early show on Wednesday so that I can get my preparation done. Yes. Okay, folks, well, that's what we're probably going to do. We'll have an early show on Wednesday, earlier than normal, but we are going to do some very early, like sunrise shows in the not too distant future. Just because now is the time, early morning, 9:50 a.m. Oh, really? Oh, blimey. It's very early, isn't it? So that's 7:30 latest at the airport, isn't it? That's not too bad. Hello? You all right? Oh, hello! How are you?
I'm good, yourself?
Good, good. You staying here?
Yeah, hubby's.
Oh, excellent. How long have you been here for then?
We just arrived. We're going to New York on Tuesday.
Oh, okay, cool. Do you want a couple of stickers?
Oh, he's already got me a load.
There you go. You got a load, have you?
I've got. Yeah,
Oh,
we're
okay, do you want any
signed
more?
up to you guys.
Hey.
We're signed up to you.
Oh yeah, cool man, cool. Great stuff. Thank you. Are you with her?
No,
sorry.
Watching out the window there, Jerry.
Those stickers are all for... Yeah.
We'll take that, Jerry.
No.
We're in Vegas tomorrow.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Oh, we'll have a lovely time, man. Oh, cool. Have a great time in Vegas. Be careful. John and Dave. Okay, John, Richard and Dave, folks, and that's Emmy Roulard down there.
Awesome.
There you go, mate. Off to tomorrow, and Emmy Roulard, there you go. Great stuff. Have a good one. Okay. Sorry? Already cabin crew. Yeah, cool, man. Yeah, excellent. Do you know, what's his name? Oh yes, you told us about the sensor on the front.
The focus. Well,
Yeah, the weather radar.
yes.
The weather radar, yeah, on the ATR. Yeah, cool. Is Captain, what was his name?
Tristan.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in Orlando.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, I've just been messaging him. Actually.
Cool, man. Say hello to him for us.
I will do. Right, I'll leave you in peace.
Take care. Thank you. Bye. Say it again. Nick Gray, looks like 2 direct flights on JetBlue from Boston to Buffalo, but usually served by E190s. Is that those Trents firing up? I think they are. Hello, you all right?
Say hello, keep up the good work.
Thank you, appreciate it. Do you want a couple of stickers?
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Cheers. You staying here? Cool. Have a great time. Thanks. See you in a bit. I think she just embarrassed the husband. He was so excited when he saw your van. Don't tell him that. He just walked away from it. Why'd you have to tell him that? I wasn't excited. I was just like, oh look, it's Jerry. No, you weren't. All right, okay, well, maybe. Slotter, welcome back to Big Jet TV. Slotter's a 4th striper. A very warm welcome back to you, my friend. First time I've seen your name, Mikoto. Chris gets cracking photos on the sun rising. I love all the shows, but Heathrow is the best. We appreciate this great channel, Jamie Horrobin. Well, I'll tell you what, we will be getting some sunrise shows out there in Alaska, folks, but that's if, and you'll be around as well at that point in time, because the one thing about when I travel somewhere so far away, it's not like I get up at normal time. I'm usually up by 5 o'clock. And sitting there twiddling my thumbs because the sun doesn't rise in, I don't think the sun rises in, what's the GP? Just have a look and see what the sunrise time is in Anchorage. It's going to be about 7 o'clock or 7:30, isn't it? CFM 56 engine there. 6:11, sunrise at 6:11. So we'll be doing that at least on one of the days when we're out there, folks. Going to be filming for 2 days. Might do something on the Friday. It all depends because it's a very long flight. It's a long transition. I've got, what is it for? It's a 20-hour journey. Of course, I've got 2 flights, one to Seattle. Is it 2 hours on the way there and 4 hours on the way back or something like that, Julie? Jill Blakeney very rightly mentioning about ATC To be honest with you, we've discussed this before. ATC is not allowed in general. It is actually if they could have their way, Nats would have ATC completely barred from any radio scanner or anything like that. But as it is, you know, people can listen in. It's available to listen into. But what it is not right in any way, shape or form is that you cannot broadcast it. And don't let anyone else tell you otherwise. Whether they give you some cock and bull story about it being used for whatever purpose it might be used for. Unless it's officially given that by Nats themselves and not some third-party bloke down the pub or, you know, we rang someone up and they said this. You know, it's the Nats team that will give you the official word, and that's we have a good relationship with Nats, and they have always expressed their preference to not have their communications broadcasted, and that's why we respect them fully, and we'll always look after them because they look after us. And that's how you gain good contacts in any industry, is by respect. And nice set of tails there, look. Respect and an understanding, decency. Plane and truck spotting. What are you flying on to Anchorage? Is it 78? Is it 777 on the way back, Julie? Say, is it? I can't. BA. I'm flying BA, and I'm flying. What is it out? Is it 78 out and triple in? Back. And an Alaskan 737, I think, from Seattle to Anchorage. Anchored down in Anchorage. Nick Gray, fingers crossed for DC6 Monday next week if it works. Nick, you need to unlink your fingers because next Monday, yeah, he's right actually, I completely forgot to mention that. We will be doing, and it will be, you will all appreciate this, all our members, of course that is, that as it is special permission airside at Anchorage with Everts Air Cargo, folks, we're going to do it Freeview. But the beauty of it is you're going to see a DC6. Well, hopefully you're going to see a DC6. Whether we're going to see it being fired up, whether we're going to see it operating or what, we don't know, but we'll certainly see at least one DC9 Mad Dog. We're going to be airside, so we're going to see around the Everts Air Cargo facility, and it's a piece of history right there, folks. Beautiful Korea. Oh yeah. Look at that. See now, no reverser being applied. Not yet anyway until the wheels are down. Now they are. Yeah. Nice. Beautiful, man. Beautiful. Lots of people liking this Air Baltic livery. I like it. Simplistic. It's the colour, really, isn't it? It's the colour that does it. Very unique. Funny.
Fares. Al Abduladi, I think it is. Fares, a very warm welcome to you as a new member right here on Big Jet TV. Like I say, a big, very warm welcome to anybody who joins up today or has been gifted a membership or who's joined us recently between shows. Please don't hesitate to come in and chat, ask me questions, get involved in the chat. You don't have to. Is that the jumbo long range turning? Or is it just a 7.8 or a triple or something? Jumbo's still some way out, isn't it? Still peering through the mist. That's a twin engine in it. Yeah. Oh, 7.5 maybe. Yeah. Wise guy. Yeah. Yeah, thank you to everybody for understanding the etiquette of the chat as well. We're trying our very best to avoid one-on-one conversations, and don't be cheeky by trying to do it by way of aviation either. We like to make sure that the chat is open for everybody to get involved, to give me, to put questions towards me and also towards the audience as well, and of course that gets fed back either to the members. Wow, look at that. Is early May Munich still a possibility? At this stage, no. Oh, is this the 7.5 now? That looks very 7.5-ish with winglets. It is. Being looked upon by a very fluffy wood pigeon. You see him, isn't it? Right. This is a beautiful bird, man. RB211s. Look at the anti-glare paint on the under the windshield. Wow, nice. Freighter. Stuck it in there, man. Rolls-Royce. Obviously he had the wall pulled right over his eyes, didn't he? Like half of them. No, don't bother, mate. Don't bother. Don't bother, mate. Yeah, I know. No. Some people don't know what people are like behind the scenes, Julie. It's as simple as that, mate. You know, the real side of so-and-so, you know, is what they need to see. But, you know, you can talk about that till the cows come home. Literally, there's no point in doing anything because the fool will only deny it anyway. Bobby 13. I loved the blue flame of the exhaust that cruised on the huge Pratt & Whitney radials on the DC6. Yeah, man. Also, here we go. Yeah. Again, I have to emphasise, you know, that's their word that you have to listen to, and if they say it, if they say it, then you know it doesn't mean that it's fully legal. Yeah. Wilma Harper 757s remind me of Flying Snoopy.
Mikoto, interesting landing. Tomorrow's the 19th anniversary of the first passenger use flight of the 555 Air France launch customer. Oh wow, tomorrow is the 19th anniversary of the passenger flight of the 777 5-door Air France launch customer. I think that's what he's talking about, Ty. Thank you very much indeed. Freddie Fricker is a new member. Welcome, Freddie. Good to see you. Brand spanking new member. Still got a little bit of the wrapping on him. Helen Clapp, yeah, indeed. Air Baltic out quickly. They've got a time limit on those things. They've got to turn them around quick. Mia looks amazing. Nick Gray, such a high ground clearance with the 757. Yeah, she's a tall bird, man. When she's standing up on her feet. Very high, doesn't really give it justice there, purely because it's some distance away, and also the land is higher, because there is a significant ramp that those aircraft go down.
Our trip. Nice. Yeah. All airbrushed by one individual, I believe. I think that's, when I say airbrushed, I don't think it's like literally, I think it is in panels, in layers, like they do with any high definition type livery like that. It's not a sticker. I know that has been airbrushed. Rebecca Weaver, what kind of bird is that on the left? Graham McKenzie tuning in from Miami. First flight on an A380 coming across to London Heathrow. Loved it. Fantastic. Need the sunglasses on these guys and girls now, don't they? We're approaching straight down the pipe. Sun descending in the west. $16 minutes out for CX7, Ian Snelling, thank you. Andy Cameron, RF, KC2 Voyager, approaching London from the east, heading to Bryce Norton. Well, unfortunately, right now, I've got a little break up there, but I don't think that's going to last very long. Well, saying that, there's a big patch behind me. Whether we'll get it or not, I don't know. It depends on the angle that she's going at. From the east to Bryce, so that's likely it's going to be over that direction, I would have thought. So unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get to see her. Looking out for CX7, folks.
course, it's perfectly legal to broadcast ATC in America. Just so that you're aware, that the law, which is a very archaic law here in the UK, just hasn't been sort of like re-examined, I guess, because let's face it, with the advent of Flight Radar 24, anyone can track an aircraft. Literally, all its information and everything is available on the app. Listening to the pilots is, I'd say, less of a risk than actually being able to see the aircraft in its current position, if you know what I mean. Unless the people on the ground are very, very clever, because normally they don't say where they are. They say they are at such and such a level, eastbound, blah 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 blah. But again, I must emphasise the reason why we do not have any ATC, air traffic control, that is out of respect and nothing more for our good friends at NATS, the people that are air traffic controlled here at London Heathrow and elsewhere in the UK as well. So like I say, we do it out of respect. We could do it, but it's not legal. I don't care what anyone says, it is not legal. Some people having used some sort of like, you know, excuse or tried to put a loophole on it, which is actually not true, that it's used for educational purposes. Absolute load of poppycock, I've got to say. And obviously that is not officially stamped by NATS at all in any way, shape or form. And the reason why they do it, or anyone else does it, is because they know that NATS are not going to come knocking on their door and tell them to turn the radio off. They're just not going to do it because they're too busy to be doing their own stuff and looking after the safety of people in the skies than going round to some streamer's house or wherever they might be located and saying, can you turn that radio off please, because we really don't appreciate you doing it. But we're doing it for educational purposes. Okay, well, where's the kids? Where's the education? No. So we don't do it purely because NATS, when we asked them, they said we would rather you did not, and so we have upheld that respect and those wishes of NATS. Rohit Parkal, sorry, Rohit is a new member. Well, actually, Rohit is a returning member, should I say. He's got first officer stripes. Don't let anyone else tell you otherwise on that one, folks. Don't let them pull the wool over your eyes, regardless of how nice they might seem. There are a lot of people in this world who are nice face value, but the real people, you don't see what we see. Can you see what we see? And we've been doing this for nearly 7 years now, so we know exactly what goes on. And you know, we've had friends in the past who have turned into complete lunatics, I have to say, purely on the basis that because, you know, oh, we need you to join up with us, Jerry. No, we don't. Yes, you do. No, you don't. You know, do your thing, mate. We'll do ours. It's quite an interesting sounding set of. Listen, can you hear that? Ashton Pope. Okay, this is an interesting one. There's a Russian plane heading towards New York. I should have. Oh, was it? Okay, so lots of people obviously looking on flight radar and seeing that Russian aircraft. I mean, it's heading towards American airspace. Would that be a better way to describe it? A Russian military or Russian, what is it, Gilly? Oh, okay. Oh, blimey. That's interesting. What's that? What? That's interesting, isn't it? Because obviously, you know, they've been. Evolution IL-96. Interesting. Moscow to JFK. Interesting. Moscow to JFK. Mikoto works with Nats. There we go. Mikoto down there in Bristol, isn't it? I think. Scott Cowell. Yeah, I'm not going to get massively into it, but what he's saying, these people say they have permission from Ofcom for educational purposes. Just shows that they don't even know NATS control ATC. Of course, Ofcom's got nothing to do with licensing and stuff like that, and it's got absolutely. They probably phoned up Ofcom and said, and Ofcom have said, well, as far as we're concerned, it's fine by us. Yeah, because they don't have a clue whatsoever. It's like, yeah, there's nothing to do with Ofcom. And don't let them tell you otherwise, folks. Good luck to anybody who does any streaming anywhere in the world. I'm more than happy. We've got some great friends around the world who stream, okay? Some really good friends. But there are an odd, literally, couple who are sort of like, you don't know the half of it, is the best way that I can describe it. You do not know the half of it. And don't let them tell you any other cock and ball story, because it does make you laugh, really. If you only knew the half of it, Daniel Hill, does Jerry do the My Flight Radar function on the Flight Radar 24 website? Can see how many miles travelled airlines used. That's interesting that you're saying that. Ian Simpson, Russian plane will have UN diplomats on it. I thought Russia had. I don't know half the flipping. I thought they weren't any part of the UN anymore. Russia. Am I wrong? Done for proper copyright, wouldn't you? Anyway, there we go. It's all a load of laughs, isn't it? Cafe 747 just flying over my crib. Lazy Ormy. Thank you, Lazy Ormy. Is it Lazy Ormy? It is Lazy Ormy. Lazy Ormy, and everybody who I see from time to time, please get involved in the chat if you want to, only of course, or you just want to jump in every now and then and give us information like that. That's absolutely fine by us, of course. But Lazy Ormy obviously living there in East London, possibly, I think. Van der Dries has upgraded to first class. Dennis, thank you very much indeed. It's a very kind thing to do. Welcome to first class. Turn left on your way on, and we will obviously be welcoming you and all our first class and super class members in Anchorage. Don't forget that on the Monday, and thank you Screaming Emu for sort of like, fronting this whole thing for, with Everts. I did speak to Everts Air Cargo last time I was there, and they were keen on doing something. It was just that it was a last minute thing, and there was nobody in the office, literally. Niklaus Twist, there's UN meetings in, there's US, there's Russian diplomats going to a UN meeting in New York. I don't understand that. That's really. Well, I hope so. I just find that very, based on all the news that we've heard about the whole Russian-Ukrainian crisis, etc., etc., I just find it very surprising. But I think it's great. Hey, Russia, figure it out, man. Come on, let's all get back to being happy. And we haven't got much longer left on this bleeding earth, so let's make our time on it a little bit more peaceful, shall we? Do you know what I mean, Governor? Dave Hallberg getting sort of dark on the horizon. What's this? Is this a jumbo? It is the jumbo, folks. There she is. Cathay Pacific. See the separation behind her. Just for that wake. She's number 2 in the world on Flight Radar right now, folks. Well done to everybody on Flight Radar who's played their part in getting her to number 2 at least. Let's see if we can get her to number 1, Pod Pickers. Come on, it's got to be 4,700 people right now. Jump on Flight Radar 24. Select that aircraft. Select. Jackie David gifted a Big Jet TV membership. Thank you, Jackie. Lovely thing to do. Let's get this big, beautiful bird. So this is the 747-8 in the passenger variant, otherwise known as the Intercontinental. Fitted with 4 General Electric GENX engines, exclusive to the 747-8. Extended winglets, lots of newer technology, especially on the flight deck for this 747. Although the cockpit layout is very, very similar to the old 747. Instrument-wise, it's very much more a digital glass environment now, much like the 787, which is why it was designated the -8. Oh no, hold on a minute, it's a 400. Why did someone tell me it's a 400? Okay. Sorry folks, take that all back. It's a pure freighter, it's an S747-400. I don't know what engine she's got. Let's look. Let's look. Nice. Wow. Very D-rated. I must have heard someone said earlier on that it was the -8. Be honest with you, but just looking at the size of the engines, I was like, are you sure about that? They're quite small. Obviously, much smaller engine diameter, the cowling diameter than the Gen X engine. I think they are. I don't know, man. Wow, she's used a lot of runway, man. A lot of runway. Just have a quick look at that. And you can see she's a pure freighter, not a converted freighter. She's got that original 747 frontage on her. Bluebird? Could sort of like be a caution for wake turbulence, possibly, maybe. With that, with those pilots, I don't know. Just a little bit of word of warning from the. An FYI from the ATC. Oh, hello. This is nice. Wow. This guy kind of needs to
is an old aeroplane, folks. First aircraft operated by Emirates Airlines, believe it or not, that A300. Actually, I think it was an A310, possibly, that Emirates operated, or A300 or A310, one of the two. Blimey. Ty has very kindly gifted 50 Big Jet TV memberships. Thank you, Ty. A very nice thing to do. Thank you. D-rated is for new pilots that didn't pass the tester. Yeah. It's quite funny, actually. Tri-set on that. Yeah. Front wheel wasn't even down, man. That's crazy, isn't it? Now, as soon as she touches down, you can hear those Trent 8s humming away. DM Finpar. Any word on the flyover by Red Arrows during the coronation? Yeah, I mean, we will endeavour to film once again from our vantage point at one of the hotels in London, which is sort of like downwind. It's sort of like west of, mind you, wouldn't the flyover, do they go back to Buckingham Palace, or will it be at St Paul's or something like that? I'm sure it'll be at St Paul's, won't it? The coronation. So wouldn't the fly past be sort of like when they're, would they wait till they go back to Buck Palace and? To see what's in the lineup, but I can assure you that it's going to be something pretty spectacular, and it's not going to be like, you know, one plane, is it? Oh, flipping it! Ty has gifted another 20 Big Jet TV memberships, so that's 70 Big Jet TV memberships Ty has gifted. Thank you, my friend. That's very, very nice indeed. Thank you, sir. Oh, he's got his 1 year. He's got his 1 year. What? Hello. Hello. Apparently celebrating 1 year stripe. That can't be right. Or 4th stripe. Would that be right? Yeah, 4th stripe. His captaincy. Ty celebrating his captaincy. Thank you, Ty. Okay, so apparently they will be on the balcony. This is an Air China A330. Haven't seen one of these for a little while, have we? I don't think.
This is Trent powered. When is that, Gilly? When is the coronation? Sorry to be so terribly... Saturday, May 6th. Okay. Right. Well, we're going to need to... Okay. John Kemp, they will be on balcony. Fly past Buckingham Palace, Jill Hale saying. Unforgettable. Idle reverse, not using max reverse isn't usually claimed as derating, albeit certainly helps engine wear like TO and climber, takeoff climb. Idle reverse or not using max reverse isn't usually claimed as derating. Yeah, I think derating is more for takeoff, isn't it? A derated departure, as in the amount of input power. I think the thrusters. I mean, pilots, please tell me. But the pilots, you either have reverse action or you don't. Or the doors are opened, but there's no air being pushed out of them, so to speak. Or it's just idle reversers. Is it not? Is it not classified as idle reverse? Sun goes in. Joe Thompson, thank you. Always got to do it when the opportunity raises. The smoke coming up over there. I'm guessing we missed that. Sharon Dargan, how do I gift membership? There's a $sign. There's a $sign on chat there, Shannon, if you wish to. Aaron coming in hot. Elizabeth Smith. Shot. Mark Wells, rehearsals this week over North Wales. Sorry, over North Sea, my apology. WV Islandia. Jerry Donnelly. Hope you're all doing well, folks. Sunday, just coming up at 6 o'clock here in London. Philip Thorley, Jerry, what engine type does the 320neo have? Well, there's two different options for the 320neo. One is the LEAP engine, which is the replacement for the CFM56 engine. Which is General Electric. And the other one is the Pratt & Whitney PW, I think it's a 1700 or
the Pratt & Whitney PW 1000 through to like 1900, depending on thrust ratings, I believe. So two different engine types available, and we've discussed the way to to identify the Pratt & Whitney over the LEAP engine is the howl that you get sometimes, not all the time, but most times with the Pratt & Whitney engine. You get the woo engine noise, which is apparently something to do with. Didn't Screaming Emu tell us what that was? Was it gearbox or something?
CRJ 700s with D-rated -900 inch. I've got.
Yeah, D-rated, as in when he's talking about D-rated there. It's interesting that the General Electric 9X engine that's going to be powering the. And this is something I learned from somebody at Emirates, interestingly enough, that the GE 9X engine that's going to be powering the 777X is being derated down to below the GE 90 115B. So around about 110,000 pounds of thrust, I believe. Maybe even less, I don't know. But they've had to derate it for whatever reason. Laura C is a new member. Welcome, Laura. Good to have you with us. New member on Big Jet TV. And Naji Abdullahi is a new member. Welcome, Naji. Great to see you here. Welcome everybody who's joined today. And hope you enjoy your journey with Big Jet TV. Certainly is a fun and exciting one. Of course, we're overseas at least once a month, whether it's Europe or the US. Off to Anchorage, a very popular destination with our members. Off to Anchorage this coming weekend, and that will be 2 days for our members, for first class and super class members. And then on the Monday, we've got a special airside feature, which will be with Everts Air Cargo. Look them up, EVERTS. Everts Air Cargo, based there in Anchorage. They also do have another base as well, a maintenance base, I believe. I think we learnt last time we were here. So we'll have to. Obviously, we're only going to be at the Anchorage division, which operates the DC-6, ladies and gents. You're going to see a radial engine, original DC-6, hopefully in operation if she's flying. Normally, early morning Monday, early morning weekday, she flies. Monday to Friday, I believe it is. Beautiful profile, man, of the Dreamliner. It's great profile, isn't it? Very bright lights. It's of course the Neo with BA, which is the LEAP engine. All of BA's Neo jets are fitted with the leading edge aviation propulsion General Electric /CFM engine. There's
There's no replacement for the IAE engine. I think that was a conglomerate, a joint venture with IAE, Rolls-Royce having part of it. I don't know who the other guys were, but Luton bound to Aer Lingus, or Stansted possibly, actually, sorry. Either Luton or Stansted, one of the two. Or it could be EMA. One of the three. Could be Scotland. One of the four. The old IAE engine there. The engine that when I started Big Jet TV, I used to think was the same engine as the A330-300. Fortescue, good afternoon to you. Just been gifted a membership. Thank you. Look for the Lockheed L188 Electra at Anchorage. Yes. Now you know what? It's interesting you say that because I remember last time I was there, actually maybe it was the first time I was there. I don't know, one of the two. But we did see a Lockheed Electra parked up right down at the other end of the airfield. On a remote stand. I understand that she may have come in overnight or something like that. She didn't fly, but you're saying look out for it. Is it operational? That would be pretty cool if it was operational. Let me give you a shot of this. It's all Neos. A full row of Neos. Approach. Some pretty bad weather there, haven't picking up a bit. Sock's looking a bit livelier. Say the winds were gonna. What was the what? Oh. You said the winds were gonna pick up, didn't you? No, not at all, nothing at all. Oh really? I didn't hear any of that, no. Mikoto, I tend to think it should be a nice balance between human and artificial. Is that flying? Or Crazy Dog Aviation. Apologies if this already has been. Just stumbled on today's show. I don't seem to be getting the alerts via the app. Is this just me or a known issue? Crazy Dog. Depends on what device you're using. If you are on iOS, it shouldn't be a problem at all. If you are on what's the other one? Android. then you will need to do an update. But there may be an update on the update. So just be aware of that. Craig Younger Sword, clouds looking lively. Lisa Mayer, they are looking pretty ominous. Well, I mean, the sock was slacker than a slack thing about 10 minutes ago. Now she's picked up a little bit. I think the windsock is incremental in its segments. It has segmented parts to the. I think that's around about 10 knots in it. That wind speed. So that's a northeasterly, isn't it? That's a northeasterly that we're looking at there. Oh, blimey, another 20 memberships by Ty. Flipping heck. Mike Hall with a lovely emoji, profile picture of a Lancaster bomber. A very warm welcome to you. He upgraded his membership to first class. Thank you, Michael. I think it's Michael, isn't it? Yeah, Mike, sorry. Mike Hall. And Ty, thank you so much. That's 90 memberships Ty has awarded today, has gifted today. Thank you so much, Ty. One of our long-standing members, as well as all the other great folks that we have here. So many people we have been with us for so long. It's so humbling, man. You know, a lot of them don't make themselves known regularly. We sit back and watch the show. We're still thinking of you guys and girls. Honestly, if you ever want to pop in and say hello, please do so. I know quite a few of you pop in at the end of the show just to say cheerio, but it's always lovely to see your name pop up from time to time, just to make sure that you're all right and that you're happy. That's the main thing, isn't it? Oh, but it was gorgeous. Oh yeah, Paul, he's right. You know, it is a northwesterly wind, isn't it? Rohip Parkal asking for a shout out to his mum. A big shout out to Rohip and his mum. Thank you very much indeed. It's funny how primitive a windsock is. Sherry, thank you for my gifted membership. John Singleton. Good afternoon to you, Lisa Mayer. Part of our Sunday over a cup of royal blend. Scott Code D4. Possum, Aviation Moss, Upiel checking in, love the show. Thanks very much indeed, Possum. Mind you, Possum, there's no Possum on there. No, Possum is Aussie, isn't it? I think they got possums in America as well, didn't they? So I remember seeing a dead one. And it was very, very horrible. I didn't enjoy that at all because he was like, his eyes were open. He was like looking up, and I was like, oh no, poor little thing.
Nick Knight, happy lurker here. Good day to you. Sue Tonkis is happy. Each band on a windsock is 3 knots. Alex Collins. Alex, thank you. What a wonderful... See, that's the kind of stuff that I get educated on. First of all, today I hear that Rolls-Royce, the owner of Rolls-Royce, named his... was a very keen angler and named his engines after very famous waterways, rivers like the Trent, powerful, forceful. Also the original people who invented Lego didn't get a patent on it, and someone stole the idea, and the rest is history. So someone missed out. You snooze, you lose. So thank you to everybody who educates me, I have to say, and therefore at the same time educates everybody else. It's a wonderful thing, isn't it just? Leanne Weaving are the Big Jet TV stickers, car stickers, or normal stickers. No, they're bigger stickers. Biggest stickers. He's got a sister, you know. Willis Waterwick. I'm afraid we ain't got a Waterwick, sir. Well then... yeah, the elongated ones, or was that a so good to be more what's the good band. Erin has gifted 5 Big Jet TV memberships. Erin, lovely thing to do. Thank you so much. Okay, so hearing that Tobias, you haven't received your sticker yet. Tobias, I promise you, tomorrow morning, the first thing I do, tomorrow morning's chores, the first thing I do is I go and check the mailbox. And apologies for that, Tobias, and I will package up your sticker and send it forthwith. And apologies once again to you, my friend. Tobias, so the question remains, Marlin or Merlin? Well, obviously the Merlin engine, but obviously, you know, there were different phases of Rolls-Royce. Of course, the interesting thing is that, like I say, is that Ryan Air Jet Steiner? Oh no, it's the triple there. Big old lump starting up there. Sorry folks, look at him, look at him. All the way up there.
She flies like a bird in the sky. Bread out of
Blessed all the cheesemakers. What did he say?
I think he said, blessed are the cheesemakers.
Shut up, big nose.
Cas Merlin was a wizard. Indeed. Was it named after the wizard though? That's the question. Was the Merlin named after the wizard? Larry Walters, chicken.
Rolls-Royce engineer Merlin, i.e. bird of prey, as with their other piston engines, the Merlin, yes. Of course, there you go. But apparently he was a big fishing fan, so fanatic. It's quite interesting to know. Wesley Cooper. Lucked out when I booked our flight. Seems like we're getting a spin on Air Lingus' 330. Wow, lucky you, yeah. I flew on Air Lingus' 330. Great flight with Air Lingus. Wonderful air crew, I've got to say, cabin crew. Although my bag didn't arrive in New York, so I had to wear the same Christmas jumper for 3 days, whilst everybody else had lovely fresh clothing every day. I had to spend 3 days in a Christmas jumper that was too small for me. Rolls-Royce engineer, Rolls-Royce Derby engines were named after rivers. Bristol engines were mythical names, and piston engines were usually birds of prey. There we go. There we go. Thank you, Rolls-Royce engineer. See? Wonderful things. Wonderful things you learn here, man. The Olympus, of course, the Olympus engine used on Concorde, wasn't it? And the Vulcan. The reheat version with Snemka, I think it is, on the Concorde. Of course, the Trent that we talked about. That's Derby, isn't it? There we go, there were lots of them. The buzzard, the condor, the Cressy, is it the Cressy, the eagle, the EXEX, whatever, the falcon, the goshawk, the griffin. Of course, the Rolls-Royce Griffin engine was the highly uprated variant of the Merlin engine. The hawk. The Kestrel, wow, there we go. The Peregrine. There's one there which I'm not so sure about. Miss Schilling's Orifice. I think the less said about that one, the better. I'm sure it didn't have very much power to it. And of course the Vulture. So there you go, folks. Categories of Rolls-Royce engines. They were piston engines, by the way. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, everybody who's hit that like button. We really appreciate it. Again, we're not begging for likes, but we appreciate anybody who takes their time to lift that index finger, be it your left one or your right one, and just press that little button. It's a like button, and we appreciate it when you do that. Thank you to everybody who's done that. Really appreciate it. Make sure also, folks, while you're on, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. Make sure you hit the notification bell, very important. And also, it's interesting. So they are Pratt & Whitney engines, absolutely no doubt about it, I think, on that Lufty jet. Do they have any LEAP-engined A320neos? Is there any aircraft different with the handling of the aircraft flying at night? Lisa Binns Aussie. Is there any difference with the handling of the aircraft flying at night? Not really, Lisa. It's a pretty standard operation. London Heathrow will close up around about 11 o'clock at night. The operations, the ground operations, whether it's cargo handling, whether it's maintenance, whether it's whatever it might be, handling the honey truck, as they call it, or anything like that. Ground movements on the apron at an airport are exactly the same during night, obviously, except for the fact that they have their headlights on. You know, I guess they have to be a little bit more vigilant, don't they, at night? Because, but other than that, in terms of the logistics and things like that of flying an aircraft or operating an aircraft at night, there's no difference. Not as far as I'm aware, anyway, unless anyone. Bombay John saying Concorde engines, Olympus 593 Snecma. Now, I think the Snecma was a French part of the operation, and also I think Snecma maybe provided the afterburner systems, which when you look at it, it's quite interesting because it's literally just a fuel injection rotary, literally, where it feeds fuel into the exhaust system. Very archaic, but as far as I'm aware, anyway. Wasn't a system like you see on current day, modern day afterburner jets, where they squeeze the pedals at the back to increase the air pressure, which increases the thrust, which but then I'm guessing they're also putting a hell of a lot of more fuel into the system, because that's why you can't use reheat for very long, because it obviously burns up a lot of fuel. J-Mank, classic Lufty livery, and there it is, yeah. My favourite, got to say, always will be. Oh, sorry about that. Lined up for runway 27 left. So both aircraft on the glide slope, the one in the foreground, very confident pilots. Only now does the gear start to come down. Because obviously, as you can appreciate, right now you get a big whistle, a very sort of like, you know, wind noise becomes apparent. braking, of course, air braking. Those big undercarriage serve as air brakes and slow the aircraft down. You've got to sort of like manipulate the throttles a little bit more when the gear's down. So that's why some pilots like to leave the extension of the gears till quite late in that descent. Around about 3 degrees on that descent path there, from the point that they reach the ILS, as it's called, the Instrument Landing System. And usually they're turning on or locking on to the ILS, the localizer, around about between 7 and 10 miles, is it? Depending on the amount of traffic. Beautiful, beautiful picture, that one. There's another one making its way over the back there, look, see it? Establishing the localizer any moment now. Turning left onto it there. Pilot will now call out BA285, now fully established, 10 miles. Something like that. Continue your approach, ATC will say. So the approach descent pattern is pretty standardised at most airfields, around about 3 degrees. In America, they call it a slam dunk. If they try and I don't know if they still use a slam dunk approach. Normally in the winter time, to avoid ice or the amount of time that they are in that cold part of the cloud, so they will obviously try and minimise the amount of time they're in it by way of having a much steeper approach, otherwise known as a slam dunk. BA procedures to lower the landing gear at 4 miles before the runway Eldon Murray. Oh, is it? Standard procedure, is it? Interesting. All aircraft? I swear I've seen some BA jets a lot further out, like this. Whose is this thing? That's not BA, is it? Who could it be? Oh, it's Biman, Bangladesh, isn't it? I think. Is it Biman? Steve Wright's plane. No, Etihad. Sorry about that. 4 to 5 miles, eh? Would that be for purposes of maintaining a clean approach? Because 4 to 5 miles is, it's not that far, is it, when you're travelling at those sorts of speeds? But interesting information, great feedback. Thank you. David Fredrickson is a new member. Welcome, David, to Big Jet TV as a first class member. You are more than welcome, my friend. And a very warm welcome to you. Mia has upgraded their membership to first class. Thank you, Mia. And Luck897, I think that is, has just joined us, a brand new member. It's in North London, it's not going to be touching me because it's going the wrong way, thank God. I think that might be it over there that we've missed, that large cell over there, right over North London. So these guys will be flying the edge of that cell, so they might be getting a bit buffeted at the back of it at least. Oh, hello. Hello, big lad. Don't look behind you, mate. Don't look behind you. It's not brilliant, is it? Planespotting indeed. London City does have a much higher degree descent. Well, from the west, or should I say, yeah, I think it's from the west. If it's coming in from the east, it's slightly more standard, so to speak, because of the fact that the west approach has lots of high-rise building. Of course, you've got to circumnavigate across the city of London, or at least the not so much the city of London, but the see that patch there, that pink patch there, folks. You're probably wondering, why is there a pink patch there? Well, that is where the overwing exit slide is deployed, and that panel is a blow-away panel, I think, and once it's used it has to be serviced, and as a result of that they will have to use a spare. So from whence that spare has come, I have no idea, because SAS and pink, I don't think I can. They must have come from just a spares division of some sort. When aircraft go through a D check, that panel is you know, they test the slides as well, so everything has to be replaced. Etc. That doesn't look very appealing, does it? That might be quite interesting. Might be give me something to write home about. Put it that way. How you doing? Have a seat. I've only got one. Sorry. Here you go, fella. Staying here? Awesome. Awesome. The what, sorry? Oh, DHL's at 7:10, is it? Oh, cool, yeah, the hybrid. Nice. Thank you. Take care. Sorry? Oh, right, yeah, it's funny, wasn't it?
All right, mate.
Thank you. Take care. Enjoy your stay, yeah? Cheers, man. Enjoy. Oh, look, he's got his overhead hatch open, look. Somebody on that one. Got the emergency escape hatch open. And of course there is somebody on that aircraft. Now, it might not be an engineer, you never know. It could be, more than likely is an engineer, I've got to say, but Austrian jet. I do miss the 777. Look how dirty the bum is on that 76, man. Is that Stephen Archer? Was that Stephen Archer? I don't know. DM Finpar, great landing capture and no bus. There we go. Puss in PJs, DM Finpar, Chris Howard, Paul Hodgson, Asiana 350 on finals. Thank you, Paul. Mikoto, TCC, Russell Sprout, such a beast. Luck 897, Dan Modelling Fan, Jill Perry, Captain Sky Marshal. Now that is the real reverse sound. Yes. Glad you caught it. I'm glad you're capturing, you're hearing it through the sound system. Nick Gray, yes, always prepared for all eventualities, and one of those is definitely going to be rain. And I'd say it's probably, what are we doing now? 20 to 7. We've got inbound GPS. Mind you, I tell you what. Being prepared for the rain is one thing, but also being prepared for. I tell you what, I do need to do. Stand by. Oh my god! Cheeseburger bleeding, quarter pounder box just blew out of the. Oh, I'm gonna have to go and pick it up, mate. It's really pizza. And activate it. Laser aimed, cool landing by the Austrian jet in her new livery. This is Asiana's football team livery, is it? Oh, Asiana 350, Korean football team livery. Oh yeah. Yeah, look
at the sock, look at the sock. Oh, this is new, isn't it? Have you not seen this? Should have put the football on the tail, really, shouldn't they? Anyway, that's just my input. Back of the net. It's coming this way, man. That is a big cell. It's cold. Look at the wind. Look at the wind. Look at the wind. It's starting to. Got a bit of rain falling over there, as you can see. Let me just double check. I've got all the blah blahs with me. We've got all of that. We've got that. Let's just grab that. Put that in there like that. Make sure that we're fully. Stand by, folks, sorry. I'm just getting myself ready for the rain. Right, might also be lightning. Happy days. So we might have a bit of electrical activity as well, folks. Melanie Lascelles is a new member. Is it? Ty has gifted another 10 Big Jet TV memberships. Ty, thank you so much. 100 Big Jet TV memberships gifted very kindly by Ty Wiggins, isn't it? It's Ty Wiggins, yeah. April showers. Let's just put the phone in the waterproof casing. It's 12.8 miles out, apparently. That's right, this
No, it won't.
Tamed those of course, people wondering why is there Korean branding on a Asiana jet? Well, Korean Airlines now operate those Asiana.
I think did they buy them out altogether?
Apologies for that. Just waterproofing the telephonic communications device. Surrounded by very gnarly looking weather. Lisa Bins, roughly how many airlines are there now compared to the 70s? I mean, that's a bit of that's an interesting one, that. Yeah, because you'd have to go back to the 1970s and see operational airlines in 1973 and then operational airlines in 2023. Might help, I don't know. Of course, this is aren't these Air Baltic flights operating on behalf of Air Europe? Is it? Sorry, Eurowings. Is it Eurowings? Nice American trip. Trent, £700. Happy looking chappy. Off on his travels. Stephen Archer. I really love watching this show, one of my favourite shows. Keep it up, thank you very much indeed. DM Finpar, all Korean football team. I don't think it's anything to do with the any national boy band or anything like that. There is a boy band one. It's the Korean football team, and that's it. Nothing to do with, not partly boy band or anything. They're all footballers. See, look, no guitars, not a microphone in sight. Concorde there, waiting to go at 27 left. If only. Oh, Lloyd Bell, that one was operating for Eurowings. The earlier one was operating for Swiss. Wow. Thank you, Lloyd Bell. That's great information. Wow, so Air Baltic. What's going on with Air Baltic's operation then? If they're leasing out their aircraft, do they have too many? It's a very peculiar sort of thing to be doing. it's not like they're a massive airline with massive excess of aircraft. I'll tell you what I do need to do, stand by, also which I haven't done. I'm going to have to do a battery check on actually. Oh my god, you realise how much that involves. Switching mic out, stand by. Oh my god. Am I on? Am I still live or not? Is it worth me filming or not? Has that worked? Modems? What the modems do? Say it back, okay. Right folks, I think I'm nearly ready. I just gotta... Okay. World. One World is a group, folks. Somebody asking there about how can One World be two different airlines. Well, they are part of a syndicate. You've got Star Alliance, One World, and British Airways, part of One World, American Airlines, part of One World, Cathay Pacific, of course, and Qatar, all part of, they basically, what they do is what's known as code share agreements.
Nige Mack flew with Oman Air a few years ago. Wow, lucky you, mate. I'm just going to take this up. Audio might go a little bit sort of like a little bit lower, folks, just because I'm taping up the overlap where the microphone fluffy bit is. You see what I mean? Be inclined. Da, da, da. Sorry. Nearly there. Nearly there. Nearly there. And just about time. Look, I don't know if you can see how gnarly that cloud looks, folks, but, or the cell, should I say. It's heading my way, and I'm gonna get completely soaked. Let's see if we can't put that there, which we can. Bring the cover over here like that. Sorry, just bear with me. I'm just trying to borrow a little bit more of this. Oh, where's that stuff then? Okay. Oh, I'll tell you what, the battery's low on. Generation. Okay, GP, just be aware that I have switched mics out. That's a bit faint, isn't it? Starting to spot. Oh man, look at the rain there. Look, can you see that? Can you see that? Oh, come on. Can you see that arch? The arch is underneath the ocean. Look at that, look at that, look at it, look at it! What is that? See that, Joe? We've seen them. We've seen phenomenons. Oh, come on, we've seen phenomenons like that before, man. Yeah, they do look like angel wings. I think that's. Do you know what that is? That is as a result of the downwash from the aircraft. Look at it. Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. Let's get ready to rumble. La 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 la. I'm gonna get. Right, very quickly this runway's gonna get wetted up. And we're going to see some reverser action before I get absolutely battered.
comes, folks. It's actually, look at it. It's that end of the runway now. It's down that end of the airfield right now. And it's creeping up runway 27 right and left. That aircraft just about to hit it. Yep, starting. Come on, let's put this phone case properly to the test. DM Finpar upgraded membership to first class. Thank you, DM Finpar. Very warm welcome to everybody. Hope you're doing well. Cess, good luck out there. We're all behind you. Yeah. We could run into some dodgy old. They're down now and not 5 minutes later, because you can see what's coming my way, folks. This front is oh yeah, here we go. Now you can see the rain starting. What should he do? Gamble, gamble, gamble. It's going to take 5 minutes before the ball spins round. A couple of minutes. What should he do, everybody? What should he do? Gamble! Gamble! Go on, gamble! Ooh, gamble! Okay, what's your decision? We're going to gamble, Jim. We're going to gamble. Oh, congratulations. Right, okay. Up to the hockey. Non-dart player first. 101 and more in 6 darts. Sideways action here. This looks like a 767. I'm saying that because of the lighting configuration, and also just looking at her flight deck and her undercarriage and her engine size. Can't see if she's got any winglets at the moment. That looks very 767-esque. Oh, it's going to be like the other one the other day. It's not the same bleeding crew, is it? And same plane. Oh my God, not again. We're not going back to Edinburgh. It's a 76. Oh no! This is what matey was telling us. This is the DHL hybrid jet. Here we go. Here we go. Easy, son. There we go. Very unlike the freight dogs that we're used to seeing. Ex-passenger jet who sort of like, you know, can let themselves free out into the pasture and land the jets like kaboom! Just he's got nobody to come up. Oh, thanks for the flight. Thanks for the flight. I wasn't very impressed with the landing, but thanks for the flight. Are going on.
Penny Haskins, no markings. Markings on the back, Penny, just right at the back, and the yellow section. She's maybe a leased aircraft, I'm not sure. Aaron Flood, that was a Boeing 767, Aaron. Now you can see the profile of that 330 wing, lovely, isn't it? Very much like 350, not too dissimilar, it has to be said. A very no. Whoa. Sorry, folks. Oh, hit the wrong button there. How many times have I done that? Nice still, though. Nice still. There's your thumbnail, Jilly. I already did it for you. Sorry about that. Mikoto, interesting you say that's how you paint a plane white with a very basic livery. Well, you still have to paint it, my friend. Full coat of primer, of course, undercoat, and of course the preparation for painting a plane is one thing, but then you also need the top layer of paint, which even if it's white, it's white. So you still have to spend the same amount of money. It's more a case of the design itself in terms of the amount of time it takes in preparing the logo. In that case, it would save a lot of time, a lot of money, because obviously it's more time expended with putting a livery rather than letters, for example. Doing something like that is relatively simple. I mean, to be honest with you, that's why most of these airlines have sort of gone down that route in terms of the simplistic tail livery, as opposed to like ANA there with the big, with quite a lot going on the fuselage. Obviously, the aircraft is off the line a lot longer when it needs to be repainted. You should see the windscreen wipers going. Usually it's normally just the flying pilot side that the windscreen wipers will be operating on. There you go, captain bringing it in there, I think. Maybe sometimes it's on the non-flying pilot may have his or her wipers on intermittent. M. Zoffi 1 on board a Hercules in the cargo bay during a lightning strike. The air ionised and turned blue for a couple of seconds. Blimey. Oh, that's got to be a bit of a worrying thing, isn't it? When that sort of thing happens. What I might have a problem with here is the fact that my microphone Is it not? Okay, it's just this mic is giving me a bit. Not the mic, but the receiver, because it's on such a short tether. It's sort of hanging out the bottom, and it's getting exposed to the water.
So maybe waiting for this. Maybe waiting for the weather to move through the airfield. I need to point the camera away from the prevailing rain, as you can probably appreciate. So we have apparently a lot of aircraft in the hold at the moment, which is why we're not seeing anything on approach. Oh, hold on a minute, I do see something on approach here. TCC saying some good ones approaching. Decent little there's a little bit of a crosswind element now, isn't there? Decent enough to make me think about it. What's this? Neo or something? Those bright lights, looks like it could be an A220 or something. So it's an Airbus because it's got double flashing lights on it. 320 Neo, there we go. Yeah, that wind's really picked up now. Easy, son, easy. Easy. Coming in hot. Siberia. Nicely done. Ooh. I was that tug driver right now. He's obviously referring to the 380 there. Anyone on the deck? No one on the deck. She's a ghost. Planespotting. Only filling the holds as far back as Southend. I think there will be a 6-minute separation now. Yeah, definitely not looking any clearer to my right. So this, I think we're stuck with this cell for quite some time.
So this is a 220. It's more a Boeing type flash, isn't it? Than an Airbus. Boeing is very sort of like there's a delay between the flashes, but this is quite quick between them. I think that's the way they distinguish the. Although they would want to put a double flasher on it, wouldn't they? Indicating that it is an Airbus indeed. Easy, son. Easy, easy, easy. There you go. Whoa! Might be getting a bit tasty. Here we go. Reverses. Check the water. Yeah! That shows you. See, that's what you don't see when there's no water, which is why I've stuck around, folks, because that's real education, isn't it? That's real education, showing people how the engine reverses work on a jet plane like that. The best way to do it, it's almost like going into a wind tunnel, isn't it? Oh look, it's the old one. I love that old one. It's probably only about 3 years old, but looks like an old one, doesn't it? Looks like an old DAF. Please. Randy Bushbound, we don't have many A220s in the US. Delta is the biggest carrier with them flying in the US. Yes, indeed. But also, JetBlue operate the A220 as well. And our member, pilot member, Screaming Emu, is a pilot with on the A220. Declan Dolan, Wookiee operating land speed model. James the drummer, yes, redirecting the air indeed. It's a good, a great visual identification of how the reversers work. When the water's on the runway, of course, when it's clear air and it's dry conditions, you don't get to see the reversers in action. You get to hear them, of course, but you don't get to see them in all their glory, or get to see the operation of them, should I say. Here comes another one. What have we got here? Double flashes. So what is it? It's an Airbus, folks. Could be a 220 probably, a 320, sorry, or possibly. Looking at those old lights, they're not very, you know, clean and white like the beautiful ones on the new Neos. This looks like a CEO model with the IAE engines. Dirty old lights on it, yellow lights. Ooh, easy son, easy, easy. Put it down, here we go. Open those reversers up. Roll it all the way down to T5. Doesn't need to, not brake to vacate or anything like that. Not really, anyway. Wiping the screen, don't get all flipping. I know you want to go home, camera. I know you're all wet and cold, but you know, just hang around a bit. Rick Lork. JetBlue flies a 220 into Milwaukee from JFK frequently. This is what? Is this the 330, did you say? Turkish 330 on approach, folks. Eva Air triple also. Singapore triple. So we're going to have a run of heavies before we pack up. But this could be good, because if this is Trent powered, which I think, oh actually I don't know, I best not say. It may be Trent powered, it may be CF6, it may be Pratt & Whitney, who knows. But if it's Trent, we could see some heavy duty reverser action going on here. Here we go, here we go. Okay, watch the reversers open, Trent power, here we go. This could be messy. This could get messy.
Kerry Fino mentioning about the fact that it's not recommended to make too smooth a landing in rainy conditions in order to avoid aquaplaning. Interesting. And that's Kerry Fino, right, who has trained as a pilot and qualified as a pilot during their membership on Big Jet TV. Wow. Thank you, Kerry. If you're not trained adequately, or if you're Airbus. Oh, here we go, Aer Lingus. Come on, son, don't let us down. Get those reverses on. Here we go. Little bit. Marginal. Roofs are starting to fail. The lower portion of my body is becoming very wet indeed. No, they're the sort of like, you know, shower-proofy type waterproof. So I wasn't expecting this, I have to be honest with you. Yeah, drizzle-proof. Kerry Davis just joining, loving the show. Jerry and Julie, you guys are total legends. Thank you very much indeed. Great to see you guys. Sorry if I've missed your comments, folks. Please don't think that I avoid anyone's comments, or I just literally purely miss them as there is so much going on. Especially in circumstances like this. This is a good one. 330-300 Shenzhen Airlines due in 30 minutes. Oh, what's insane. Am I going to be a sodden mess by then, though? Shenzhen, I mean, that'll be, I think, I don't know, is Shenzhen's jet Trent 7 powered? Come on, we need some heavies, man. We want to mess this runway up. Every time I turn, man, it's getting worse and worse the water on my leg. Anyways, I need to there them. No, it's not nice, no. And it's cold and all. James the drummer. Ian Baker, nice show this afternoon. Appreciate you staying out in the cold and rain. Ian Baker, thank you very much. Bunch of 320s inbound. Stephen Rouse, thanks for that. Trent 700 for Shenzhen. Just as the rain's here, we've got all these big heavies sitting in the hold, isn't it? Oh, are they? Okay, we've got 3 777s, is it? 2 triples in a Dreamliner. Any British Airways? Any of them British Airways? Okay, no. Singapore, Eva Air and Air India. Okay. Should be, we should be able to get some Matt Taylor, mostly tiddlers on approach. Captain Sky Marshal Kathy Williams, you need energy for anchorage. Should be okay, Kathy. I think we'll be all right. It's only Sunday, so I'll got a long flight, 20 hours, man. We've got 20 hours is the travel time from London Heathrow to ANC. 2 hours stop in Seattle, and then of course trip up to Anchorage, which is about another 2 hours and something, isn't it? Yeah, it's not too bad, to be honest. Just as long as you pick the right seat and not the one behind the bulkhead halfway down or behind the business section, which says extra legroom, but I'd have to say extra legroom for people who are less than 4 feet tall. Oh, hello. Yeah, go on the BA. Taylor, loads of heavies stacked over Essex. James the Drummer, yes indeed. 20 hours is the travel time. 2 hours of that is sitting in Seattle, but also you've got to appreciate that I've got to arrive at Heathrow, add another 2 hours onto that, probably add on another 3 hours, I would have said, for all the clearance through customs and, you know, all that kind of malarkey when you get there, blah, blah, blah. Biggest worry for me when I fly with these connecting flights is the fact that I have to rely, well actually no, because I actually get my bag off the, I claim my bag inside the terminal, and then I check it in again, but it is checked in at a different sort of like point, if you know what I mean. It's not like your usual airline check-in desk. It's actually just a point at which they take your bag, they scan it, and then say good luck. And then you have to hope to God that when you get the other end, it's there. But I do have travel tags, I have to say, electronic travel tags, which, to be honest with you, it doesn't make it. It's no good if you. The crazy thing is that those travel tags hook on to the local network. So sometimes when you leave, you can see where your bag is when you're in the airport. Yeah, your bag's like there by the plane, or when you're on the plane, you can see the bag's right there by the plane. But then as soon as you take off, sometimes it goes, you've left your bag behind. It's like, oh no, I've got to wait until I get all the way across the Atlantic, wait for the signal to pick up, because you can't do it on the plane, on the Wi-Fi. You can't do it for some reason. I don't know why it is, but it still shows that your bag is back, but only because you lost the signal. I think that's the reason why. Obviously it is. Wouldn't be anything else, would it? But it's I've had that a couple of times where you have to travel for 11 hours or so, hoping that it was a technical connectivity issue on your telephonic communications device. Try not to bend my leg as much as I can. It's just sodden. Captain Sky Marshal, Condor. I believe Condor are going to resume flights to Anchorage, but not till Jill Blakeney, thank you very much indeed. Jason Nicol, Manon 2003, thank you. Big Jet TV membership, there we go. Ty getting thanks. Ty gifting over, well, actually 100 Big Jet TV memberships today. Ty, you're an absolute legend, mate. Thank you so much. And everybody else who's gifted membership today. There have been a few people who've gifted membership today. Thank you so much to all of you folks. You're wonderful people. Now I can feel the water breaking through my shoes. I can feel it breaking through my shoes. Even though I've got my big boots on, I should have worn my waterproof socks, shouldn't I? Me Perel dries. Oh my God. Paul M, welcome to Big Jet TV. Nice array of colours there. Okay, so what are we going to do then, Jilly? How long have I got? We're going to get three. Shall we get 3 big uns, shall we? Okay, this is not Air India. No, this is a 320. Okay, so we've got Air India first. Now, Air India should make a bit of a mess, I hope. They normally do. Now, if you're wondering how the reversers work, you'll see it in action, folks. As the doors open, there's a system inside there that shuts off the airflow through and back through the side of the engine and redirects it forward and pushes the air forward and therefore creates a tremendous amount of braking thrust. And you'll see it. Oh, it's getting bad now, mate. I can feel all parts of my body apart from my top part, because the top part is heavy waterproof. But anyway, stop moaning! Okay, first out, Dreamliner with Air India. These guys make some mess on the runway. I saw a great example earlier on with British Airways. Here we go. Watch the sliders open on the engines, first of all. It's a long landing. Here we go. Get it there. There we go. Open it up. Here we go. Go on, son. Yeah! See what I mean about making a mess of the runway? Oh, you gotta love that. That's why we love standing out in the rain, Mount. Look at Concord over there, wet. But operations continue. This is where you've got to give these folks on the ground big respect, ladies and gentlemen. Rain, shine, hot conditions, freezing conditions, very wet conditions. These aircraft have to be refueled, they have to be worked on, they have to be loaded and unloaded, regardless of the conditions. Show must go on! Literally. Is this Eva? Hello. Drop it. Here we go. Nothing. Maybe a bit of late. Hold on. Here we go. Here it comes now. It's going to disappear in mist. Yeah. Sometimes it's put on late, down to pilot's discretion, really. I think. James the drummer, Eva, that or this. Singapore, third to land, Paul Hodgson. 12 and a half hours, Steve Remy saying. Pretty tail shot there, Jerry. Lisa Baker, yes, all the lovely, quite a nice array of colours, isn't it? A bit pastel-y, isn't it? It's quite nice. Oh, we've got a 320 sandwiched in between them, I think. Thai 555 door. It's another way to identify a 777-200 from the 300 is, of course, the number of doors. Apart from obviously the obvious, which is she is considerably longer than the 200 variant. Well, not clear, but it's almost like someone put a light on. That is a perfect example of what we talk about an idle reverser. Well, in other words, the doors are just open for the purpose of course, Japan Airlines One World as well, are open. Oh, the 747 taxiing, man. As a fail-safe, well, not a fail-safe mechanism, but just a safety mechanism, if anything. I hear props over the top, and I'm thinking C-130 or A400M, one of the two, out of Bryce Norton. This is an old CEO. To add to the colour pane. Stephen Billings just had some 12 to 14 millimetres of rain, going to ease off a bit, then back to 5 to 6 millimetres. Thank you, Adam Ross, Cafe 747 taxiing, yes indeed. Whether we'll get to see her climb out, I don't know, because obviously, as you can appreciate, when I turn the camera to my right, I get pelted with water. And it's not looking like it's clearing at any time soon. Paul M, rain seems to be clearing, easing slightly. Yes, it most definitely is in terms of its intensity, but it's still there and enough to, you know, make everything wet. Look. There you go. That's what I just said. Either a C-130 or an A400. Hear the raindrops keep falling on my head, but that doesn't mean that the video is falling. Falling on my head. Go on, son. Si freshman, you will turn on your previous answer. Yeah! Yeah, they're known to be a bit lively, those Pratt & Whitneys. Quite a whistly sort of, oh, look at that big old bad Eva Air 555 door. Isn't she beautiful, man? We have someone whose daughter was named Eva once, who used to love watching the Eva Air.
Okay, it's a single blinking, so I think that this is a triple, and it's probably a triple. Yeah, there we go, Singapore Airlines triple. There's big bad lights on them, man. Minimums. Continue. $100, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10. Come on, son. Runway. Oh, Ty can't be triple. Eddie is a new member. Welcome, Eddie. Oh, it's gone a little bit Kate Bush in it. Out on the wily, windy morning. How could you leave me when I needed you? Stop singing! Patrick Gatenby flying next week on good old EasyJet with extra legroom seats. Blimey, I never knew they did them. Must be in an emergency exit. It's got to be in an emergency exit, or he's sitting right at the front. Maybe he's a pilot. No business class on EasyJet. They're all doing like that, so it's got to be in an exit road. Let's insist on an exit story. Adam Ross, 5 floors, a lovely 3. Oh, hello. What's that kicking up all that wet? Is that the jumbo? Or is it gone? Has the jumbo gone? Oh, it's only a little 320. She's gone, isn't she? Jumbo's gone. Is she gone? Or is that? Oh, Deborah Mallinson. See the difference between the Neo and the CEO. Look at the old yellow lights of the CEO and the new bright halogen style. Blimey, they're so bright, these lights. It's unbelievable, isn't it? It's probably the CEO with new strobe lights. No, it is a Neo, isn't it? It's a Neo. 21, yeah. Ted Rogers special. Where's my closeout? What are we doing? So here's the closeout. Tom Fuzz is a new member. Welcome, Ty. Okay, and Tom Fuzz. Sorry, Tom Fuzz. What? No, Jilly was saying Thai triple. Sorry, Thai triple. Just come out of the hole And that is our closing aeroplane, ladies and gentlemen. Thai Airways Triple. Lovely jet. I love the Thai Triple. Tom Fuzz, a very warm welcome to you. And Eddie, I gave you a shout out as well. Jez White, Thai 777, BA 787, established on the glide path, I think. Anyone see that Cafe 747 on radar, folks? Has she left us? Has she gone? She was a 400. It's me nattering on about her being a bleeding Dash 8 until she was about 1,000 yards away from me. Gary Boats, thank you everybody. Oh, sometimes they sit at the entry point and the transponder remains off, until she's literally given clearance to depart. So it could be that she's still sitting there. Don't forget she came from the other side of the airfield, so there may be a bit of traffic lined up. Phil T, great plane to finish on. So she's okay. If she's just come on, then that means she's literally clear to take off or line up and wait. Now you see the rudder moving there, folks. That's because the tiller, all the foot pedals, are now attached to the rudder. So the steering, when he or she steers left or right, you'll see the rudder move in the, I think it's the opposite direction to what they're steering, if you know what I mean. So it's obviously they're keeping that on the centre line there as they're taxiing to gate. She's going to go all the way to the end of that line there. She's going to hold her position because there's an aircraft just being pushed back. Unless she's going to go left into gate, but I think the gate is over around the other side by the Eva Air Jet. Stephen Rouse, transponder is on. Is that? Hold on. Oh, what's that? That's that. Wow, yeah, they are delayed a bit because that's that Japan Airlines One World Triple, which has been sitting out there for quite some time as well. So there is obviously a little bit of a delay on departures. Not a delay, but a bit of a queue for departures. Oh, Brandon Planespotting, Shenzhen 330, special livery, 8 minutes. We've got to wait for another 8 minutes, haven't we? Is that definitely out of the hold and on its way, Jilly? Ryanair 737-100. Now you're talking. Now you're talking. That's that would be classified as a Jurassic 737, would it not? Welcome all new members today, folks. Somewhere in the region of 150 new members today. A very warm welcome to each and every one of you. Going to be joining us in Anchorage next week. We're of course going to be doing a show on Wednesday. Just bear in mind that I need to prepare myself for an early morning flight out on Thursday morning, the following morning. So we're going to do something relatively early. Just so that I can get back and make sure that all the equipment is fully charged and packaged up, so that we can be ready for it. Nicholas Twist ANA, 2 hours late for departure. I think that Shenzhen, as Paul said, is Trent's 700 powered jet, and as a result of that, we could have a little bit of runway reverser activity. Oh, look, she's got a little bit of a halo over her, is she? That's a 10, 7, 8, 10 in it. Come on, sir or madam. Get those reversers moving immediately! No chance, mate. No chance, son. Not with the servers. Actually, I'll say that I flipping did earlier on. Whoever was flying, piloting that, operating the aircraft on that BA 787 earlier on, that gave it large, literally on the reverses. You don't see it very often. You can literally count on your hand how many, on both hands. Well, probably, maybe even on one hand, how many times we've seen British Airways give it some hot action on the reversers to sort of get off the runway. Yeah, someone needs to clear their lug holes out. I did say thank you to everybody who's gifted membership. Try not to. Yeah, and I've thanked each and every individual individually. So you know, maybe roll back a little bit and listen to that, because you probably missed it, which is completely understandable, because you might have been doing something else, like in the toilet or something. I don't know, but I always say thank you to everybody who's subscribed to the channel, and the new members. Thank you for joining. A very warm welcome to you, and also for those who have gifted membership, whether it's 1 or 100 at the end of the day, and I'm sure those people appreciate. Some people are more fortunate and able to give more, but we appreciate everybody collectively who gifts membership. So thank you very much indeed. Manners. Flipping it. Makito, 2 hours late for departure. Yikes, I'd hate to be the person responsible for that. Well, Makito, it might be a technical issue with the aircraft. You never know. You just don't know these things, do you? More than often, wouldn't you say that it would be a technical issue with the aircraft? Unlikely to be weather related, I would have thought. Sometimes when there are big storms at the destination airport, then you will get departure delays. It will probably be a technical issue, possibly. It's not exactly a passenger terminal. It may be, you know what it could be? It could be, and I'm just clutching at straws here, it could be flight crew related, where one of the flight crew have called in ill or incapacitated, and as a result they've either had to fly, well, they wouldn't have done that, would they? They would have had to have called on stand-in pilot. Not quite sure, but you never know. It could be cabin crew related. in terms of cabin crew, but in terms of it being passenger related, it's very unlikely. It's more than likely either technical. Normally it is a technical issue that delays these aircraft most of the time, isn't it? Virgin Jet evening departure. Most common reason for delay is late inbound aircraft, Nigel saying. Yes, very true indeed actually, late inbound aircraft. So you'd have to look back at the days isn't that more common on domestic flights though? Is it or not, or is it the other way round? Is it more common on international flights? Because someone recently that I think was delayed due to the incoming flight. Is it over in Tobias? All the very best to you, my friend. Yes, it was LAX inbound aircraft delayed. There we go. James Drummer, Ian Morrison, Andy P. Are airlines fined if there's a delay because of replacement flight crew has not arrived on time? Well, to be honest with you, they're not fined, but they just have to pay more money for the aircraft being on the ground and at gate as well. If the aircraft is delayed quite substantially, then they will take the aircraft off of the gate, park it on a remote stand, wait till the airline is ready to operate the aircraft, and then so where are we at then, Jelly? Where's that Shenzhen jet? Because this rain is like, it's penetrating my nether regions. Yeah, okay. Right folks, especially for you. Here we go, Shenzhen A330. Haven't seen this for quite some time. We used to see Shenzhen, Hong Kong Airlines, and other operators with a similar livery operating out of London Heathrow. But this is the first time that we've seen them for some time. Well, us here on Big Jet TV anyway. Chris Garvey, thank you. I will dry out, don't you worry about it. This is cold air. It's 5 years old, wow. It's just these aircraft with the yellow lights look so old now, don't they? But she's only 5, wow. Oh look, isn't that funny? A big blob of water landed right in the middle, Jilly, and it's no, on my monitor, it's increased the size of it, yeah. Say the landing action was probably worth more waiting for than the livery, but decent all the same. Good to see them back in town. Right. See you Wednesday. Don't be late. AGP cut. It's the shortest PTC in the world.